least test it first.
Yeah, it should be fine. It looks fine to me. Yeah. Hello, everybody! Sorry that we're, again, streaming on Sunday, but... What was the problem this Wednesday? I don't remember what it was. But, look, we should be back... Probably. Hopefully that'll be over soon, but also, things with Spoon have been... You know, he's going through a lot of stuff right now, because you're getting ready to move, right?
Yeah.
So, that's... Well, hopefully we'll be back to the normal Wednesday time. At Wednesdays at 8:30 GMT. But anyway, so sorry, we're back tonight. Yes, and we were joined, as usual for the last couple of weeks, because helping me and picking up the pace for me a little bit, Bill is back with us tonight.
You're getting called a slur.
Right now, or in your
Yes,
head,
in
or?
my brain.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking it. Make sure
yeah.
you'll be able to hear it in your own head.
Excellent. Anywho, let's see. We had some stuff we didn't get through last week that I do actually want to cover. I think now more so because I mentioned it in my new video, which I've got a lot recorded on, a lot of work done on that too, which is good because, man, I got like wiped out for a couple weeks. I couldn't get anything done. But that appears to be getting better. We have, just some other stuff. I also, let's see. The other big thing I know I want to do tonight, outside of the slop involving, like, Destiny Ethan Hassan, I think...
Endless slop.
And
Endless slop.
and we are going to watch Dev's new video on the weights it all analysis of the moral circle, because I haven't seen Dev's video, but I was asked to by multiple people, Spoon. I was asked
Who
by
are these
multiple people to
people? Are
watch
they
it.
in the room with us
Who
now?
are these people? Yes, I agree. Are they
A
in the room
bunch
with
of
us
people
now?
have asked because
Are they people? Are they
Who are
3/5
these
of
bunch
people?
of
Are they
people?
2/5?
because
Do-
I know
do
a
we-
lot
why
about the
do we
weights
care?
analysis. Because what I want to do is play a game.
Are they people whose opinions actually matter?
I don't. It was viewers wanted
Okay,
to
the
see
fact
it.
that you say no.
I didn't say no at all. I
You
didn't say
thought
that
it was
word
your
did not come out.
brainstem. I felt
No,
it.
I did not.
It vibrated through the house. I could feel it.
I absolutely did not. I don't even know what now I'm being accused of. No, I was
Having
asked to
opinions.
cover it because also I made a tweet about it because coinciding with Dev covering the weights analysis, which, I mean, apparently, now again, I've not seen it, so I've not pre-watched this, which makes it more fun for me, because the other thing I did is that I wrote a thread on Twitter that kind of popped off regarding the weights analysis, and I'm curious because I was seeing basically what I witnessed in real time is an NPC update happened to the people who talk about weights at all. Normally, lefties like to ignore it or say that no one that they pretend to not understand it. If people want to see me talk about the weights at all moral circles analysis, that basically shows that that conservatives tend to give more moral points and care more about family, community, nation, and leftists tend to care about out-group humans, not family, the sort of friends. The data there are weak in their correlation.
Is this related to the fucking space rocks debate?
This is the space rock study.
Oh, fuck off. I fucking hate that fucking one. It's so boring.
I can't escape that study. Jesus
So I can
Christ.
fucking escape it. I'm not even in your field. I'm not even in the same yard as you.
Yeah, so I'll put it up when we get closer to it, if you guys don't want to do it. Got a couple of white pills, and yeah. So anyway, that's... and we got general... the main segment is just general political slop. Oh, so the UK news segment and Canadian news segment outside of Dev, considering that bye-bye Trudeau, and of course Starmer, I don't know, is just gone full tone, I suppose.
3 layers deep of toadies.
Yeah, why not? I mean, of course. Although, like, I suppose a lot of people wouldn't have seen that coming in 3 years ago when Scrump predicted it, but City is always ahead of the curve on shit like that. So, curb. Man, anyway. Let's start then by watching Sam SNEEDer seethe. What is it?
Hilariously.
Yeah. Seethe and something else. Sam SNEEDer seethe and sneed. There you go. I could have just called it that. Oh well. You got the watch together up?
No.
Wow. Wow, I sent it to you.
Wait, they'll watch together. Hang on.
Yeah, it's in the group chat.
Not the,
Let's see. So it really went, while they're doing that, it went viral, of course. A couple clips from it went super viral. And I thought we'd just cover the two ones that that sort of I saw the most on Twitter, making the biggest rounds, saying that I saw people saying Sam was the most owned by. The whole video is an hour and a half long, and also Jubilee is one of those channels that can get weird about it. So I only wanted to stick to covering like one or two, and the two that. So again, I included
because people will likely come to Veer and say, "How dare you use it to make fun of some progressive?" Well, he shouldn't have been on the show then, acting like an absolute spastic git
in a room full of GTA 4 NPCs. Four specifically.
Hard Marcel pointed out as well is half of them look like leftists.
Well, they must have filmed this in LA.
What fucking bicycle did these twits fucking ride in?
Okay.
Jesus wept.
Well, they must have
filmed mad in the middle.
No, so they must have filmed this in LA or something. I'm sure. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name now. The guy who debates him on religion and faith and the source of morality, which is interesting. That would come around to the moral. His name is something debates. I did follow him on Twitter. So he may have flown out for this. From what I see, he does this a lot. He does a lot of something. He does a lot of debates. Hence his name, something debates. I followed him on Twitter.
Contact with him actually.
I know. I followed him on Twitter, but now I can't remember his name. Maybe it shows up on the screen. But he does this like semi-professionally or whatever, if you want to call it. The rest of them though are probably just LA people, and this is as far right as you can find in LA. I'm guessing. That again, that's a guess, but yes. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right, buckle up. Oh, actually, let me get the super chats first. Prepare your seatbelt so we'll cover the first couple of super chats and stuff. Slosher gave us 10 Canadian dollars. Hey, thank you so much. It says 07. Thank you, man. 07. Al Malone for 5 says, only people more racist than Bill are the Indians LARPing as white people on 4chan. Please set it up for me.
That would require them to have actual cognizance, which I don't think they have.
Goddamn. And Kizza, he's been a member for 26 months, says, guys, please actually notify the server when you're going live, please. Also, this Jubilee episode is another example of leftists not realizing how much of an echo chamber minority they truly are. Yeah, thanks. I do always forget to do that. Well, like I said, since this schedule has been so messed up, I don't know if I'm going to feel okay enough to stream until really a couple of hours beforehand. So there's that, and then also the scheduling's weird. Look, everything should be back to normal by next month. Just right now is a little bit topsy-turvy or what have you. All right, let's.
Health and scheduling is dog shit, so you're gonna have to bear with us a little bit.
Yeah,
we'll burn some social capital on this one.
That's all right. That's all right. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Maybe Spoon and I will yell at each other. But. Well, we can all yell at Dev because I want to talk about Andrew Tate a little bit, okay?
Will I get to call all of Canada stolen valor like I've been doing all week?
Yeah, good, do it.
Good.
But let's start with something we can all agree on, and that's hating Sam SNEEDer. Let's begin. That's not true. I don't hate Sam. He's really funny to laugh at.
Hey.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
What?
Why am I hearing it twice?
Shit! It's because I was sharing my screen. I'm so sorry. I probably just triggered everybody. Well, I have to bring up the thing so that Spoon gets...
Get on with
it. Okay, let's go. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the temporary ear molestation. Here it is. Sorry.
No, you're not.
What does that mean?
Usually it means Christian, and someone who doesn't just call themselves that, and they're lying through their fucking teeth.
Oh, no, he does. Yeah, you would think Reformed Jew means Christian. No, I think what he means is I am a cultural Jew.
I'm flagellating myself on the
second,
fucking
yes.
altar of Palestine.
But he identifies as a Jew because it, lets him complain about things and pretend to be a victim.
You didn't have to call yourself that. We've got fucking eyeballs.
But, well, you know what I mean. I mean, he doesn't practice Judaism. He doesn't believe in any of the stuff. So Reformed Jew is just, I get to pull out my Jew card if I am offended by something. Which is, again, I mean, look, Larry David has made fun of this stuff for 40 years.
He's turning into Larry David by the looks of him.
Yeah, well, you guys, how long? Seinfeld, not 40 years. 35 years, though. Is that all long Seinfeld? Probably late 80s? Whatever, point is, yeah, you gotta put it in there.
But I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's wrong with religious...
So this is a very important question,
did he just insinuate that Judaism just defaults that all religion is bad?
No,
made it sound like he did.
It's going to be because Sam SNEEDer thinks Christianity is bad. Sam SNEEDer thinks Islam's bad, probably, although, I mean, he probably genuinely thinks that now that, the stuff between Israel and Palestine has kicked off, obviously. I'm sure he thinks that Islam's bad now, but he hasn't been preaching that for the last, 20 years, Islam good. So it's all relative because Sam is a moral relativist, as we are going to see here in some really funny detail as he ends up, in my opinion, basically supporting pedophilia. But we'll get to that.
No surprises there. Nothing new under the sun.
Dude, this guy cooks him with just basic logical
you're getting
reasoning.
cooked by the Brownoids. It's a fucking rough day for you all.
Oof, dude.
Wait. Dev thinks Sam SNEEDer is based? No, he doesn't.
Are you sure about that?
Are you honestly telling me Dev defended this?
If you guys, if someone's got that,
Listen,
you can post it in the server on the Discord or. Let's see.
Dev has never found that,
no.
like an argument he wouldn't like fall down a flight of stairs on. Like he really hasn't. He's always taking the shittest possible stance.
There's no way Dev defended this. I refuse to believe that.
If anyone's got it and can post it in general or somewhere, I'll take a look at it. But I wouldn't be shocked. I'll put it that way. If Dev
How the fuck
defended
does he
this.
get the time to do that? Isn't he too busy like threatening to knife people on Twitter?
I mean, we covered that a little bit last week. He
That is
just
why
I guess
he got banned.
yeah, he got banned from Twitter. He claimed
Called
it
someone
was.
the N-word.
We'll get to that.
And threatened to knife/rape someone.
Oh yeah, I've got those on my phone. Well, I've got them on my phone. Devil say I don't have sources.
Threatened to
Just
go
I
from
don't have.
docs and
Here's the
jump on
thing.
them in their own home. Normal stuff for Dev.
Yeah, Dev, I didn't bother saving them to my computer. I just saved them on my phone while I was browsing your Kiwi Farms thread. Only once you got banned because I was actually trying to see what you got banned for. And no one knows. Dev says again it was a leftist who flagged him for saying. Actually, he said it was not for the N-word, the N-bomb. He said it was for saying the F word, the F slur.
Called someone the F slur, called someone the N
But
slur,
he did
and more
call someone
importantly,
with a hard R.
told someone he'd show up at their house with a knife.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if that's
Allegedly.
I'm more worried if he turns up with a fucking fork.
I don't think that one. Actually, I'm not sure that one's real because apparently the person doing that's like a crazy troon who posted that.
Also,
fucking tautology if ever there was one.
I use the F slur on Twitter all the time.
Yeah, I don't buy that, but that's what he claimed.
I've
What do
called
you mean?
people
I don't
all
buy
sorts.
that? It's
I've thought
not-
out
it's
obscure
not
Yeah, no
safe.
slurs.
shit. No one bought it. That's why no one bought it. Exactly.
I did
So-
get banned once for 12 hours because I called alien space gypsies.
What? But we're talking about post Elon Twitter. You know.
It was like intermediary
space
era.
gypsies.
so
No, he was
people-
saying he was saying fucked up shit. He denies it. And he denies it. And he says that. Look, the one where he said he showed up at someone's house, I believe might be fake because the person posting it again appears to be a crazy person. But anywho, that's unrelated. Let's get on to this. If you've got them supporting SNEEDer. The space gypsies. Yeah, if you've got it, head over to the Broken Crown Discord or post it in the chat, I guess. I don't know. I didn't see that though. Anyway, I wouldn't be shocked by it. Let's get back into the actual video.
Fundamentalist. So like when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats,
Okay.
is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us. And I don't.
Oh, why would he start with such a self-own?
We could talk about Francis Dolarhyde in the background there.
Oh, I don't know.
There's a real show of fucking physiognomy here, I will tell you that much.
Oh, for sure.
I'll say this, if I want to see just like a complete fucking tidal wave of human yeast, I'd have just cut out the middleman and subscribed to Amaranth's fucking OnlyFans.
Lancer2 said more like nothing new under the nose. And Nazaro, thank you for the 12 euros. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, so right out the gate, Sam has already buried himself. He's saying that the problem he has with religious fundamentalists is that they use their morality to dictate how other people should act. Well, Sam, what do you do all the time? You dictate what is good and evil. You said trans rights, women's rights.
For what they're about to witness, basically.
So again,
you literally use the force of law, the force of law to apply your morality. Like what is trans rights?
To apply your morality like a fucking pace.
You're literally using the force of the state to pressure people into using fucking pronouns. Like what do you call that?
He's already accidentally given the part away. In one sentence, he has revealed the source of his, not that he is bases his actions and beliefs and what he thinks should happen on morality as much as anybody else. He just, I mean, obviously that's what they do. But what he has revealed here is that his morality is whatever the state says is good, whatever gets me power. That is what is good, what makes me happy, what gets me power.
I think the reason that he doesn't equate them is because he knows that his morality is like knowingly corrupt.
Well, yeah, it's pure hedonism. It's like Nietzschean, I suppose. Not Nietzschean. It's very whatever makes me happy, and then you see that all the time with their shit. I guess
That's what it is.
That wouldn't be Nietzsche. That would be who am I thinking of? Do what thou willst type shit. You know?
Fucking LaVey.
Yeah, well, that's LaVey. I can't remember.
Yeah,
who I'm
LaVey and
thinking of,
Satanism is
though.
do as thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Fucking
right, but then there's a
twat.
philosopher I'm thinking of, and it's escaping my brain.
But just do what makes you happy
Man.
all the time.
Yeah, I mean, just it's a hedonic sort of principle, and that's
Probably
what
someone
makes
French, like
what
Kant or
makes
some
him
shit.
happy, and what makes the left happy is power. And so they understand that all that really matters is power. The only difference is, and so power is their god. It is their morality. Whatever gets me power is moral. He's already revealed that 10 seconds in, but sorry, let's actually let him cook. He's not going to cook. The other guy is. Sorry.
I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference.
What's
I actually disagree.
Crowley.
I actually disagree.
The flamer crowd.
I mean, he makes a good argument that it is a preference. I again would stand by my initial assessment, which is that Sam Seder's morality does come from someplace. It comes from power. It comes from the state. So that's my only contention. But he makes a good argument for this side too. That, I mean, from a debate perspective, this is very good. That your morality is a preference, and in that case, it is. It's his preference for morals to be based on the state, based on power. His preference is for morals to be based on the Bible. It's still a preference, so I agree.
So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
What's the fucking? There's no basis. You said it's a humanist view. No, that's not a basis. What is the basis of your morality?
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist?
Makes people happy. See.
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
That's because he doesn't know what that means.
You just described utilitarian. Whatever makes the most people happy. That's utilitarianism.
But he doesn't know what that actually is.
How do you not know?
Well, he didn't say what makes people
God.
happy. He says whatever makes whatever
Reduces suffering.
Minimize suffering, which is, I mean, like, if suffering goes down, the amount of happiness goes up. It depends on how you want to word it.
People who argue that minimizing suffering to the minimal possible level are the same people who will gleefully decide that one person has to take it in the neck for everyone else.
Well, of course. And of course, what do we do to minimize suffering? We'll just put everybody in a little box and give them a TV with, and they just do the same things all over. They don't have free thoughts because that might mess something up. We'll completely restrict them into cages like animals. Then they'll all be deadly the same. No one has more money than anyone. Isn't everybody happy? No one has more than anybody else. We're equal. Except for us. We actually get more.
that sounds like complete hell, because I'd like to know is how do you reduce the suffering, one, and two, who gets to decide what the suffering is, and three, did you ever think that suffering is maybe necessary in things like character building?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, what they want to do is they want to rob you of anything that could possibly like progress you as a person, so that they can keep you corroded in a little bubble, internally just rotting into fucking human refuse.
If you notice this just from a purely medical perspective, your body needs to like basically be exposed to an infection to learn how to fight it. Like, there's a little suffering so you can prepare to fight and kick something.
Or think about...
yes.
No, just take the vaccine. You'll be fine. You definitely won't get horrible blood clots that nearly kill you.
Well, or how about, gaining muscle? It hurts, right?
Yes.
I don't work out, obviously. But exactly, yeah. And then you feel endorphins, actually. So even though, it hurts, but in the long run, you get good results from it.
The elites don't want you to actually... They don't want you to suffer. Quite the opposite. They want you to rot away to nothing in a continual, like, eternal loop of dopamine and
doom
serotonin.
Spiral, yeah.
But yes, doom spiraling down until your brain will just rot so much that even fighting back will be impossible.
You know why?
It's so addicted.
Because happy people don't revolt.
Yep.
Exactly, bread and circuses. So many bread and so many circuses. Like you can't even turn away from the chariot races because they're at every angle of your being, and you can't even run because you're too fat.
Oof. Yeah. Well put. Bug. Anyway, Sam Seder. Yeah, that's his morality. I think summed up
Carriages
exactly.
and fucking carbs.
Yep.
It's always going to be a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society.
Yes, you do.
What?
Yes, you
yeah,
do.
wait.
It's just the state.
Yes, it's his religion. He wouldn't define it as such, but also he didn't really answer that question. Just kind of moved past it.
Society. We have laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way.
Okay, I got a question for this one.
For some people, it's okay for it to be enforced.
When did you decide any laws democratically? Ever?
No,
When are
you
your
vote.
laws
Okay, it's
ever
as a
decided
proxy. We elect people and then they go vote on the laws. But here's the thing. Oh my God. So what is moral? What has Sam Seder, guys, just said is morality? Whatever the law is what is moral. And it's moral because we all we vote on the laws. No, you don't. You vote for representatives who vote for the law. No, I'm saying you vote for representatives who then can choose to vote for or against the law. But you, as an individual, make no decisions. However, let's bring up another point. So, Sam, if morality is derived from laws that come from elected officials through the democratic process, and therefore laws are morality, what about laws like segregation? What about laws like slavery being legal?
Hey, don't
Sam?
be threatening me with a good time now.
I'm just saying, if law is where is the origin of Sam's morality, and he's saying it is, well, Sam, you're going to have to answer that question.
I'm always been a man of the law, of the letter of the law. Now, if you would like to step into this train carriage, we'll lead the way.
Formed by their religion, that's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be
morally right under your
not
view.
morally right. No.
But you just, morally right under you
just said more
just
like
said
it's
it.
the democratic way.
Well, he might as well have just put his head on the table and handed him a baseball bat in that order.
Yeah, basically.
Unbelievable. I
It would
know.
be less embarrassing to get your fucking head caned in like this.
Look at his happy little face. He's like, you just walked right.
He's just like, I was like, you can tell that's a look that says, I prepared 3 days for this. This is the easiest job I've ever had in my life. I'm embarrassed to have taken part in this.
It gets worse. He hasn't. I mean, okay, so now he said, yeah, like I'm okay with any law. My law morality comes from law, so any law must be moral.
This would be like if you rocked up to fight Mike Tyson and he just took one step back, pivoted on his heels and smashed his head into the turnbuckle with such force it literally split his skull and splattered his brains across the ring. And you just stood there watching in terror as you're watching a man brain himself on live television.
Oh my God! Or what was that one thing where the person like beat their head against the camera till it head exploded or something? It's in some movie, I think. Anyway,
that was Wreck. You're thinking, I think.
Oh yeah, maybe it is.
That was a dude like beating in the zombie with the original Wreck.
Something like that.
Song
You
is
mean the
swung.
Spanish movie?
Yeah, the one that
yeah.
the cameraman gets a zombie or infected with the camera. That's like the big pivot of the film.
That's not what I'm thinking of, but it doesn't matter.
I'm kind of curious because I have seen Wreck and I don't recall that bit of the movie.
It's not Wreck. I don't remember what it is.
It's still remake.
By the way, the ending of that movie is really freaking creepy.
Oh yeah, it's like that and like Lake Mungo, but kind of
The dragging at the end is just like really, really eerie. The silence and just like that, just the ending scene. It's very like classic, like sort of new age horror, but yeah, the
Wreck's alright.
faceless thing at the end is like that's the fact that there's like like ancient Vatican artifacts around, and it's just that thing. It's like wow, that's just creepy as shit. Good movie though.
Dude, I haven't seen it in forever. Anywho, I don't know. Whatever. Sorry, tangent.
No, I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religion
I know you're not talking more.
and ethical.
Well, but his morals are his politics. Yes. In that is being a statist.
Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off.
I believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to
By the way, these
on
other
what,
people
though?
around. Also, these other people around, just so if you guys don't know, raising the flags, the red flags, they're all supposed to be conservatives. And the way this little game is played is that they're supposed to raise their red flag if they don't agree. So, 3 out of the 20 conservatives don't think that you need religion to guide morality. Again, I didn't say this. I think I said this before we started, or did I say it on the air? that these are probably just random people they got from LA. Yeah, I did say that. Sorry if I'm still a little scatterbrained, guys. I got another intramuscular
can we talk
vitamin
about
injection. Whoa!
Look at the display of motherfucker. Like this, do you know what this looks like? Have you ever played Dynasty Warriors when there was the option to add in custom characters and cutscenes?
Yeah.
And it just you can really tell who's the custom character.
Right. Well, that one guy looks like Noah Sampson, the YouTuber, the left breadtuber guy. I think he did okay too. I've seen clips of all of these on Twitter.
I'm mostly talking about the guy in the very center, right next to
with the Netherlands hat.
Who looks the guy who looks like Netflix original version of Spinelli from Recess.
Oh my god. Anywho, so they don't like the religion aspect. Let's see where it goes.
Tail end to a taboo. You have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive dead end. So two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem.
I hate this point because he doesn't actually address what the fuck the dude just said.
No.
Because it's all deflection.
Yeah, but
he just honed in on. So you have a problem with gay people?
This is what I hate about this particular style of debate, and I said
this is the
video.
typical
debate
pedophile behavior.
Yes, but he talks.
But he's no good at it.
But he talks as if there's leftists around him to virtue signal to.
Well, because he's talking to the audience online.
Yes, that's my point. He's not actually conversing with the person across from him.
No.
Like, yeah, because the immediate
reaction is
like, what, are you trying
to
say that he's just trying to like get an own so he can basically sound clip?
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
He wanted cut right there.
This is not conducive to a healthy conversation. I could never.
This is why you don't debate.
No, because in my head I would actually want to punch him. Like I would literally vault across the table and start hitting him because like I don't like people who can't hold a conversation, who's always not listening to what I'm saying. They're just basically hearing something that goes against them so they can score a point with the audience. Like that's not how conversation works. You're basically just trying to use me to get an own for your fucking audience.
Yes,
which makes
nothing to
do.
It's nothing to do with actually engaging,
conversing, yes,
and coming to some kind of agreement or disagreement or like sharing information with one another and actually like interacting as human beings. It is the opposite. It is you are a side of beef splayed up on a butcher's block, and he's doing his best to try and carve out chunks of you so he can display it to his fucking audience, his customers. Like it's just.
I mean, let's talk about what just happened there, right? Just to reiterate, this guy pointed out a fact: 2 gay men cannot reproduce, no matter how much butt sex they have. They cannot reproduce. That is a genetic dead end. The only way that they can reproduce is by taking a baby from a healthy straight couple, and that would include also if they donated, the sperm or whatever. You're still taking a baby that was made the old-fashioned way, more or less, at the end of the day, from somebody who is in a relationship with someone they can reproduce with, or from someone who could reproduce. Excuse me.
It's legalized people trafficking.
Right. But rather than that is a fact, and Sam SNEEDer could just do, so you hate gays. This is a non sequitur, but
nothing to do with what you said, yeah.
Yep.
I just don't be gay outside of it. Just feels good. It feels good. Can you give me another
and
justification?
Is there?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
That was a really bad answer.
This is a really. Well, they are so used to saying it because they've been saying it. It's just like Black Lives Matter. It's a religious slogan.
Like that's God.
I could not have crafted a more cripplingly homophobic sentence if I tried. Like that retort, it could. It's like a naturally formed, flawless diamond. It really is.
I mean, where the avenue he just opened. I don't. It hasn't dawned on him yet as to where this line of reasoning immediately will take you.
He looks more tired than we do.
Yeah.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
This fuck me dead. Like.
So there was the obvious retort is, what about pedophiles?
He actually makes this worse.
Yes, he does. He manages to. He's already put himself because it was iHypocrite said that he has used it. I was watching him react to this segment, and he was like, I wonder if the guy is going to pull out that argument about. Specifically do what feels good. I mean, if it only is, it's because it feels good, because it feels right to them. It's what they want to do. They were born that way. Then you really are immediately open to what about pedophiles? I mean, that's the obvious question. If you're okay with two gay, there's nothing that has gotten out of, there is nothing productive in terms of physically productive, making another person. That is the point of our biology. Our biological imperative is to reproduce. Of course, not everyone does. It doesn't like make them a terrible person or immoral for that, but that's what a human animal does. And homosexual couples cannot reproduce. And so if you're saying, well, it should be fine just because it feels good, if it really is because it feels good, because they want to, you're gonna get the pedophile argument. Now what?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided...
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a 45-year...
And he walks right into the next one, because this is the... he walked right into it.
How did you go from pedophilia to consenting adults?
Well, he just wants to. He wants to pivot.
He's trying to course correct, but Usain Bolt in a Moroccan minefield.
I just noticed he did that. Like, I didn't notice that in my video. Why?
He is power sliding through the minefield like it's vanquished. It's fucking hilarious.
Artemisia for 10 says this guy literally used to voice act for a job. He should have actually had a health. He should have actually had a health inspector. It's literally his only calling. I didn't know that. That's interesting though. Just a voice act for a job as a health inspector. I didn't know that. Anywho, yeah. So of course now that he didn't answer the question about children, and pedophiles being born that way. In fact, he even said, yeah, they may be born that way, and then just goes, well, okay, well, what about ignore
based on
yeah
something?
On something, no. But what about consenting adults? Now he's not answered the pedophile question, which in my book means it's still open because he's not even tried to address it. He just shifted to adults, and that's not a good move from Sam's position either. If you see this like a chess game, which these debate pedophiles do, it's all chess. So I get it, but it's not about playing chess with this guy, right? Sam's not playing chess with him. It's as you said, he was like looking for the thing. Oh, why do you hate gays?
Sam's eating the pieces.
Yes, he's eating the crayons, but all of it is to entertain his audience. Destiny is the one who really popularized this. It doesn't matter what actually happens in the debate, just that you can spin it and clip it to your audience to make it look like you won.
He was a health inspector in Bob's Burgers?
Oh, really?
He was in home movies. He was in Wonder Chosen. He was in O'Grady. He's in all the fucking...
I mean, I've seen Bob's Burgers.
He's in basically everything that Brendan Small did before Metalocalypse.
Oh.
He's in Assy McGee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess that's true. Maybe that is... I've seen all the stuff he's in then.
Stuff. It's just like, how did you... He was the director of I'm with Busey. How the fuck did he survive working with Gary Busey being as dumb as this guy is?
How did he go from all of that to this then? Was this like the only gig he could get?
Maybe he wanted to.
Burger's still kicking around, isn't it?
Oh yeah, so he's never quit working as a voice actor then. I totally forgot he had the voice acting gig. I did know that somewhere in the back of my brain.
He can barely string a sentence together.
I'd totally forgotten about it.
Anywho, why he needs a script, because clearly without it, he's a fucking moron.
So now he's walked into so he already got smacked in the face with the pedophile thing. Now he's going to get smacked in the face with the next obvious rebuttal.
He's running, failing a debate.
This one is amazing.
Let's face it, he's not actually here to debate. He's here as a courtier. He's here to appeal to the court.
Yep. And to clip farm. But anyway, so adults.
Could you imagine if I debated him?
I mean, he just talked like
I couldn't do it in person. It ended in bloodshed.
The thing is, though, is that it actually is really hard to keep your cool the way this guy is doing when you're talking to someone like Sam SNEEDer. When you're actually in the moment, I know it's really easy for us to sit here and watch this stuff, but it takes a lot of fortitude to be able to restrain yourself from falling for that bullshit, because that's why they throw it out there. And of staying on task, staying on target, not allowing yourself to get distracted by their pivots and their gish galloping and whatever other slimy debate pedophile tactics they throw in there. It is hard. And I don't know how many debates you've been in, Spoon, but I would say this guy, he's not great at it, obviously, but it can be difficult.
Sam SNEEDer looks like he's barely fucking alive. I mean, let's just
I'm sure he thought these were just a bunch of LA conservatives, so they'd be really easy to knock down.
Like, let's be real about this. The whole argument of old debate's difficult, and it is, but it's similar to how jumping into the gorilla exhibit at the Cincinnati Zoo and fist fighting Harambe is difficult. It's just not advised. It's a vocation.
I mean, I'd love to see it, but just something to keep in mind is that this guy does this all the time. So he is very good at staying on track and not getting distracted.
Birdman is also a voice actor.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, you can sort of tell. I mean, he has like he has a $5,000 microphone, so that probably does help.
A lot of voice actors. Well, again, a lot of people in Hollywood.
Wait, the guy with the Blanca avatar?
Voice actors,
yes.
I mean, he does have a nice voice, nice mic, but he always says $5,000. He spent $5,000 on a mic and can't do anything besides have a picture of Blanca on the screen. Okay, sorry, we're getting the weeds.
Yes.
Let's get through this.
that Neumann microphone.
Same as this guy. Same as the guy here who's just rinsing Seder backwards and forwards. He's got a fucking $200 haircut and a broken nose.
You don't need to have a $5,000 microphone to sound good. Ask Bill.
I'm using is it a Yeti Snowball? What the fuck it's called?
Yeah. See, there you go.
It's like the bottom of the barrel.
Yes. It's not. They're not terrible microphones. They are the cheapest decent sounding mic, I'd say.
Yeah.
Those are like £30 or something like that. But that's my travel mic. Anywho, although now I have 2 Rhodes now, so.
By the way, I need to tell you this, Aiden. There's someone in my audience that said you are no Trekkie fan. And I told them, if Aiden ever finds your comment, she is going to wrestle you and kill you.
Over what?
I can't remember what it was, but I just read it.
What's the context?
Now
I'm pissed.
I don't quite remember. I just read it and I went, she is going to kill you if she reads this comment, because it was
one thing that'll make Aiden physically exert herself is someone talking shit about her Trek.
I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I mean, it's like a.
Well, it's true though. You've got shit taste.
Patently insane thing to say.
You got to like good episodes like I do, like Threshold.
Threshold.
I was
Threshold
very curious as to what is the justification for trying to tango with the one thing that will make Aiden kill you is her nerd street cred.
I mean, it wouldn't make. Yeah, but
I do have talking shit on my rugby team.
I don't know.
Look at you like I am. These are your last words.
It's this It's the thing with it, like if it's like a wokey kind of person, which I don't know why they'd be watching your videos. So I'm not sure
saying
why.
Stay on topic.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused by that.
We don't ever do that.
No,
yeah, we're never on topic.
Not to look at
let's go.
Seda's weird face.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go. All right, we'll stay on topic. We'll try. Let's try, guys.
The 19-year-old daughter as well. Incest.
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right. There's duties and obligations that we have.
How?
Okay, it's not illegal, Sam. It's not illegal. So no, society hasn't determined.
Yeah,
I mean, it's, in some states, it depends. It depends. If it's a biological father and daughter, then I think it is illegal.
True, but how? It's determined it's not beneficial. By what metric?
By what metric?
By what power?
And he's going to bring up reproduction. He's going to bring up reproduction. He's going to bring up reproduction. I think so, right? I'm pretty sure he brings up reproduction. It's okay because they can't reproduce. Well, neither can gay people. You know, I mean, okay, I don't remember exactly where he went with this, but that would be my next line. So we've determined that incest is not okay. Why?
How is a 40-pound bird supposed to kill someone? Well, in Aiden's case, so probably by feeding you excessive amount of food.
Send help, please.
So let's see. Okay, so incest, and we've decided incest is not okay. No. And by the way, I mean, like, that's the biological incest. Is it okay then if it is and it's also interesting, one thing that this guy did here that's very smart is that he specifically said didn't he say like a 40-year-old woman and a 19-year-old male? Didn't he put the woman in the position as the older one? Let me go back, because I think he did, to make it more palatable to Sam, so he wouldn't just freak out about power imbalances.
Implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to some, make sure I got this.
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
Sorry.
No, I think we as a society has decided.
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than.
Okay, so you're okay with the 45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well?
Okay, no, he did it the opposite. And that's why, sorry, I got it mixed up. He put it specifically that way because he wanted Sam to have a problem with it. Sam didn't entirely fall for it, though, I guess, to his one credit, because I'm sure he thought Sam would go, no, that's wrong, because the dad is the older party, male privilege, male power, position of power. He didn't totally fall for that, though. He does a little bit, and you can tell it makes him uncomfortable. He probably wouldn't have an issue with a 45-year-old woman dating her 19-year-old son, or he'd have a harder time coming up with justifications for why it's okay.
Like, you wouldn't talk shit about that because that runs the risk of offending Disparu and his love of watching MILF Manor.
Oh my god!
That's fucking it. That's he doesn't want.
Would you just throw out a stray at Disparu? What the fuck did he do?
I don't trust motherfuckers who play Dragonborn by show. I was fucking MILF Manor's fucking weird and creepy.
Fucking do anything.
I only know about that show because of fucking Disparu. I hold a grudge.
Even knows about it. Oh my god. Okay, on topic. This video.
What's the show? I'm curious.
If they consent, you're okay with that.
MILF Manor? MILF Manor? You can kind of guess what it is.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, it is a bunch of cougars and their sons.
I can guess. I can guess the show.
No, you don't. You don't know the worst part. What it is that they allegedly didn't tell the participants. So it's mothers and their sons are participating. They go to this romantic island and then they swap so that the sons are gonna like pick up the old moms, like, you know, to go bang them. But they're all the sons of the other women in the competition, quote unquote competition. It's unbelievable fever dream shit.
That's kind of screwed up.
Yeah.
Yes. You see what I'm upset? I was made aware of it existing.
Oh my god.
Why am I hold a grudge?
I'm not gonna lie. The worst thing in my head is when like the age difference is a bit much.
I mean, the age difference is really weird.
And in later seasons, they just straight up start baiting incest.
The fact that the other mothers are there and they're all doing this it's grotesque. It's truly just, Sodom and Gomorrah shit.
I don't mind
Fall of Rome.
I don't mind an age gap between women and blokes, but like anything more than 10 years is kind of pushing it.
I mean, literally supposed to be is like the same age range and look as your mother, because your mother's there with you. Anyway, it's awful. It's really gross.
Again,
really gross.
Stick with around 10 years, no.
Society has also determined that it's not beneficial.
Right, there's duties and obligations that we have, so religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean, what you want to impose.
Remember how we said he doesn't know what a utilitarian or consequentialist is, and then the first thing, his metric against incest is beneficial.
Yes. I'm not a utilitarian.
So you are utilitarians by your own definition, right there.
Well, he was always a utilitarian, essentially. But it's utilitarian. I mean, he defined himself as a utilitarian, then said, no, I'm not in terms of actually definitionally, more or less, is whatever, increase or decreases the maximal amount of unhappiness.
It's morally bad, just we've decided it's not beneficial.
Well, again, remember that if it's illegal, then it's moral. Now, again, Sam will run into tons of things. Was it immoral for gays to get married when it wasn't legal? Is it immoral to smoke marijuana in states where it's illegal? I mean, this is the thing. Like, whatever you want to think is that whatever's law today can not be law tomorrow, and whatever's not law today can become law tomorrow. So basing your morality on this... Well, right. Basing your morality, on laws, one, as you say, is entirely dependent on where you're at. We were laughing at Johnny Somali getting, arrested in Japan and then going to Korea. Those cultures have different laws and different, norms and morals and ethics than we do. You want to go to Saudi Arabia and mess around with this stuff? Go ahead. But he would have to argue, I suppose. You'd have to explain, Sam, where your morality is driven from, aside from the state and law, to explain why Saudi Arabia's laws regarding homosexuality are a problem if you derive your morality from the state, which he keeps showing over and over again.
Well, isn't it California where you're not allowed to keep a donkey in a bathtub on your front lawn?
There's all kinds of weird laws like that in the U.S.
California's
that no one follows.
full to bursting of weird sumptuary laws that shouldn't be there, but they're still on the books. Is he going to start fucking going to bat for the anti-bathtub donkey laws?
How do those laws actually come about?
Really specific incidences of disturbing the peace normally.
And it's usually in small towns where it's just like, it's usually to put to rest some small dispute between neighbors that's causing a feud. And then it ends up and usually it's from something that happened like 70 years ago or 50 years ago, and it's still on the books. So some legal
scholar is looking through the books and just sees that and goes, what the fuck is this? Right. What happened here?
My favorite one is the punishment for trying to commit suicide is a death penalty. That's actually a
Well,
law.
you win either way.
I have to say that is definitely that's like a Merchant of Venice type legal loophole where it's like the law it works in service to the individual. Well, there you go.
Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, terrific trio." Hey, thank you. Says, "Since we're bringing up age gap relationships, how do you guys feel about Trump's new press secretary? She's 27, her husband's 52. I mean, it's a little bit odd, but not really. Women are looking to, for the most part, right, looking to marry up, and more established men are, more likely to have money and power.
I ain't saying she's a gold digger.
And men want hot younger women who can have children. That's just I mean that.
But there are
I don't have any.
There are
it's a little bit of an age gap,
young men who do actually follow the same line as women. They marry older women just because they want some sanity and some financial stuff.
Sure. Like Muhammad. Like Muhammad.
Muhammad's got his start marrying some old widow who was a
caravan.
Divorcee, but owned like a mercantile caravan.
Yeah, that's how he got all his money. And then until he got his lolly brides, which we'll get into that too, because the thing in Texas regarding
does that mean they're going to ban the Quran?
I don't know. You know what? That would be interesting. V was just streaming about it.
But on the subject, to return to the subject of the whole the why sewer slide, so to speak, is on the books and there's a death penalty. The idea is to prevent people killing themselves, and if you get killed by the state and you get executed, that's not a mortal sin. So, self-termination is seen as a mortal sin that prevents you from getting into heaven. So it was probably an ecclesiastical decision.
Maybe. Anyway.
Religious doctrine.
No, because you just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
It's been like 3 minutes and he hasn't actually even answered that, which to me is quite shocking.
Yeah, because I think he doesn't want to say the state. He has said it. He's just not said it directly. He knows it if he just says, "Good is the state," when I control the state, or my whims are the state.
This brownoid is like Nick Recato. He came out swinging.
What's my argument as to why I don't want your religion to... Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, you're not going to keep...
The fuck is he talking about?
He's saying it can't be. It shouldn't be based on. He's just waffling because he wants to say, "Well, how do you decide what religion?" It's Christianity. Yeah, America was founded on Christian beliefs, on Christian values, on English Christian values.
And he's a Talmudic Jew, and Talmudic Judaism doesn't give a shit about people being gay or trans or whatever. It encourages that shit.
Yeah.
That's why because he sees it he sees Christianity as a challenge to Judaic authority in the US. He sees it as a Jewish country.
I don't know about all that.
He's surrounded because all of his fucking elite friends in his industry are all Jewish.
I don't know that for sure about Sam Seder, but there is a lot of Jews who do feel that way about Christianity. Sam being who Sam is and knowing what I know about Sam, I wouldn't be surprised if he does feel that way. But I don't know that for a fact.
Kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king.
Yeah.
Yes, divine right of kings. Let's go back to that. I would very much in favor of that.
How is that so horrible? If you believe in God, you believe in the supreme creator of the universe, and he has determined that this person, by blood, is the owner of this land and has to take care of you in the same way that God the Father takes care of you. It is a paternal and patriarchal hierarchy system. What makes that a bad thing? I'm sorry, you have to explain that, because where does your legitimacy come from? Because the most amount of people voted for it? There is an idiocy to masses. This is well known, mass contagion phenomenon. When you get people really riled up in particular, they make very bad decisions. Yeah. And people don't pay attention to politics. They really don't. They get little news bites that make them angry and, sets off their beliefs, and they really don't learn anything else. People don't make informed decisions about politics.
From Mencken, democracy is something like the pathetic belief in the collective wisdom is the pathetic belief in the...
I know the quote you're talking about,
collective wisdom of individual ignorance.
Yeah. No, sometimes when you have when you have big groups of say scientists working on something, sometimes you can come up with like a data scientist. I've seen them come together and figure out problems to mathematical equations that they couldn't answer. But when everybody got together and worked on it, there've been these big online projects where they get scientists from all over the world to deal with equations and problems, and eventually it's solved. But that's by someone individual figuring out the answer, not from the collective deciding collectively what the answer to the question is. It's still an individual who ends up coming up with the answer to a question usually, or a small group of people. The group makes very bad decisions a lot of the time because they're led by what? Emotion, usually. So, and particularly when you have no morality, when society has no morality, and you've got a society full of Sam Cedars, why would they make good decisions? Why would they make good decisions instead of a king who is enlightened and follows a religion, the same religion as his people, and therefore is seen as and wants to take care of them, his people, who he has a relationship to being the king of the land, being the land his property?
Well, case in point, let's look at a fucking country full of Sam Cedars. There's a man who is basically waltzed out here deciding that in his life he's not met a wood chipper he doesn't want a fist fight.
God damn.
And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalists.
Hey, I was going to say, Sam, why don't you move to Israel, but oopsie.
It is done there, yeah.
Is Israel okay, though? Israel's all right?
Well, they're okay with them having apartheid.
Is Israel okay? They got a pass to be a religious state? I mean, okay, just curious.
With that.
And no. And this is why I say, under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch of
male and
Christian.
female. You're right.
You have a Christian
One.
nationalist,
Yes,
and
which is necessary.
so I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage.
Yes.
Do you
And
think
so now you would
ever
have to
understand
say
as to why?
I don't think he cares. Because it's all performative. Sam's just trying to win. He just wants to get clips to give to people to convince them. He's not engaging with this honestly at all. But again, he is caught in his thing here. Sam, you should think that that there's only male and female because that's what the law has decided.
Think.
Right, I know. You should try thinking, Sam, sometime. But yes, if we followed his line of reasoning, then he should be in support of whatever the law is.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to have more family. We're going to have stable family households. Sorry about better education.
People, gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight.
Okay, who the fuck said that?
No one said gay. They always do this.
I did.
This is the leftist pivot that I first. I mean, I really first encountered it when it happened with my friend. I've told that story a million times. My best friend for most of my life became like a crazy leftoid overnight, from my perspective. Must have been happening for a while. But at some point, when you get into a conversation with a leftist, and to be fair, Sam held out after a series of just astonishingly bad things to say, like just embarrassing himself in rapid succession. But what they always turn to then is catastrophizing. Oh, it's not that you don't want gay marriage to be legal, it's that you want to kill all the gays. And they always do this. It's all Hitler, and it's always Nazis. It's always this dichotomy of good versus evil. Everything has to be in
Nazis
extreme terms. Yes, Nazis versus Churchill. Every single fucking time it has to be that.
Everything's about moralizing, even though none of us have any morals.
And because they're leftist based, the way that they operate largely on emotions, their moral foundations are emotionally laden.
Hello, I'm a leftist. I'm a knight in shining armor, and my god is nothing.
Yeah, well, I'm a knight for myself. I'll pretend to care about you because as long as I get attention and kudos for it, yeah. But really, in my research on leftist psychology, really, as I've talked about many times before, and you can go watch my video on the dark morality, is that they're driven by greed, envy, and just they hate when other people have more than they do. When other people, and power is a big part of that. So this is all just when you have power, it's bad. When I have power, it's good. That's their morality. They only care about being stronger than others. It's consistent. That they're all. I mean, that this is you're mapping their psychology, and we find this stuff consistently.
Yep.
Yes.
Shit.
Oh, no.
Should women be drafted? Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have.
Yeah, no, you should have answered that question. If women are equal to men, they should be drafted. Exactly, he can't.
The fucking
women should
physiognomy
be.
patrol in the background just cackling to themselves.
I know. Yes, women should be subservient to their husbands, not in terms of being a slave, but the man takes care of you. Bill, I mean, like, if I wouldn't live, I don't know how I could live alone. I'm crippled as hell. Like, well, I mean, I'm in a special case because I've got all these health issues. But, like, I mean, there's obviously the exchange there.
Any given relationship, to be honest. Like,
well, I guess so. But, I mean, yeah, he's right. Women gain benefit from that relationship with men who protect them. And now we've got women who complain that they can't get a guy, or they get a guy and he doesn't defend them, he doesn't protect them, he doesn't provide for them. Well, ladies, you're the reason that this exists.
You have the easiest ride in the fucking world. Stop whinging.
Yeah.
And I think Trump supports it. Yes. I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision. Yes. And my hope is that when people look at this,
not really.
They say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now,
hey, Sam, I don't want my life to be dictated by what a bunch of radical far-left commies all hanging out in Berkeley smoking weed think is like totally morality, dude, or whatever. I mean, that's the nice way of looking at it. But a bunch of, what it really is a bunch of absolutely evil oligarchs. They like to pretend like it's just hippies in academia just innocently doing this. No, this is all very planned and decided upon, their sort of strategies. That doesn't mean they always work.
It's a bunch of people defending their dealer.
Well, I guess so. Yeah, in a way. But also, it's the absolute irony. He wants to determine what is moral by law and thinks that's good, but not if the law is Christian law. So this is a completely, if the law is driven by Christian ethics and morality, then it's bad, but if it's driven from his baseless academic navel-gazing, then it's good. Pseudo-academic navel-gazing, let's be clear. We did an autoethnography about this person's lived experiences as a trans black disabled woman. Nobody cares.
Show me a picture.
That's the source of your morality. It's fucking nothing.
Show me their picture. I'll give you a fucking ethnography on the spot.
You may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and that apparently that's good for them if they want it.
My final point is,
they're also not Christian, by the way. Just to point there.
Yeah, but they always did.
My final point is,
Iran's not been a theocracy for like 20 years.
No, and they have to do this. They have to go to the Muslims, right? But at the same time, he would say that, it's just the Christians discriminate against Muslims. And now, but they always talk out of both sides of their mouth.
I had to bring up Iran because anywhere in the anything that was directly adjacent to Israel would draw immediate comparisons, and Iran's got just enough buffer states.
Gary Thomas for 10 says, Zubi, who lives in Saudi Arabia, I didn't know he lives there, said that a lot of the cultural war issues in the West are unheard of there because the country is a monarchy, although they are starting to have the feminist problem. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the same thing. I don't think that's the only reason. It is also Muslim.
I remember there was a guy, Tucker asked him that same question. He said, if I look at the republics, I look at the monarchies don't have the same problems as the republics. And I'm just chuckling to myself going, why do you think that is? It's almost like traditionalism is meant to go, hey, look, you progressive causes, fuck off. We are not interested in any of your dumb shit. Like, if the society is functioning, what the hell is the point of introducing crap?
Well, exactly. Sir Sasquatch for $20 says, going to be skipping this podcast as the premise of Sam's video makes me cringe. Sorry about that, man. We'll try to get through it. So I'll drop a 20 and ease the suffering. Thank you so much for the 20. I get the feeling Sam's most comfortable surrounded by 20 men. Yeah, I imagine that's probably correct.
For the gentleman there, get this man a timestamp so he can skip this. That'd be nice.
Oh, yeah. Whenever we get over it.
Whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
Do you think he's going to answer that? Address that?
Nope.
I think you are at home in the Trump.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, see, there you go. It doesn't say a damn thing.
Yep, you are at home in the Trump right. Well, they were out of time, I think.
There's like 5 minutes of this conversation, okay? What have we learned about Sam's entire perspective of how he sees the world?
He drinks bleach for a living.
Yes, and he thinks that whatever the state dictates is moral, as long as basically he likes it and he voted for it. If it's something that he doesn't like, then it's immoral. That's what it comes down to, is that it's all based on your individual relative morality, because if the state does it, it's good, but only when it's the state that I like. This is untenable childish thinking. Like, really, the way that is the way that like kids think. I didn't get what I want, so it's a bad thing. Even though It's the exact same system. It's the one that you claim to love so much, democracy. You vote for shit.
I just love it. This is also, again, this is these are LA right-wingers. So he walked into what's best described as the most casual lobby he could have possibly chosen. He's still got his teeth pulled out one by one.
Well, this is
by
the
one guy with a bigger nose in the room than him.
This is the other one that made the rounds, was this woman. Because they went hard after her because she's, Christian nationalism. For a long time now, we've been talking about the woke getting put away.
Like sprinting into that chair from then.
I know.
They're quite keen on this one because you can see them. Look at them all. They're all like primed, they're like greyhounds in the slips.
Well, I guess they did have to run to it. So yeah, but she really wanted to get in on it. So they, I've seen a bunch of people saying horrible things about this woman. She's a Nazi. She's a fascist. Well, we'll see what she said. But notice,
of course, the LA right have the only black people who can't run.
But notice, right, that we're going to start seeing a theme here, is that all that Sam, at least from these two clips, the ones that went really viral, these two parts of the debate, I've seen a whole bunch of them, but these are the two that went super viral, so I thought we'd cover them. Just these two. Is that they're both going to concern this idea of Christian nationalism. And this week, a little video was dropped in a report, which was signed off on by a lot of people, including Jordan Peterson. And let's see, Konstantin Kisin promoted it, I know. It was a bunch of the sort of...
That means it's bad.
I'd say it's the they're former IDW adjacent people, those types. They all sign off on this about how the term Christ is king is bad and needs to be essentially censored because it's more or less a fascist dog whistle. We'll look at the study a little bit and
do it more often.
Well, just say what. Thank you. Thanks for showing me what your new pivot is. And I think that we're seeing it from the left and the right. And when the uniparty moves, that is a sign that you need to pay attention. When both the left and the right are pivoting, that the problem is Christian nationalism, and we've been hearing whispers about it for years. And I do think there's a problem with people using the veneer of being a Christian to benefit themselves. But that is...
Get away with being massive degenerates.
Yep. Or not just even being massive degenerates, being massive hypocrites. And using Christianity, not actually believing it.
Hi. Sam.
So I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is just
congratulations.
And thank you. And yeah, I think
let's go.
You go, weird Amish guy in the background.
This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a.
Should we mandate people reproduce?
Who the fuck said that?
It's as always. Let's go to the most. I'm gonna make something up, and when leftoids hear this, he clips it. I guarantee that, because they always do this, clips it so you can't see anything she fucking said beforehand or any context to it whatsoever. So then it's just, okay, so you assume, and that's the whole point of this clip chimping, which is exactly what Sam SNEEDer does all the time. So you just go, oh, okay, so starting with a premise that she didn't fucking say. Same thing as, so why do you hate gay people, essentially? Same shit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we need to mandate them from killing their kids.
Yeah.
You want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump,
what does Trump have to do with this? Getting rid of the liberal world order that has nothing to do with Trump.
No.
Not
directly.
It's like, no.
It would be to your benefit if you want to outlaw abortion.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that women should have the right to choose.
Why is that good, Sam?
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to answer that question. His answer would be because Roe v. Wade is legal. Wouldn't it be? Because we have decided collectively, except we haven't decided collectively. The idea of appealing to the
Supreme
this
Court,
is the
actually, in this case, is like an aristocracy.
But he wants to appeal to people, the masses.
Appeal to the
masses. Yes. He doesn't believe in the rule of a few. And in the case of the Supreme Court, they are the best of the best, the most educated in law, the
democratic
best
part of the entire United States government,
and the best part in terms of making pretty good decisions. Not a perfect system by far, but the Supreme Court is easily the
Supreme Court would be better if there was no women on it.
Wait, sure, but it's easily the best part of the American government system. It does work very slowly, but it need be. And that's because they make careful decisions. But, I don't know. I guess in Sam's case, it's good. It's good because it's legal. that seems to be his answer for everything. So abortion is good because it's legal. I'd like to know if it's other than that, Sam, why is abortion a moral good?
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
And what does it have to do with the family unit and children?
I mean, again, he just goes to a random topic. He's not dealing with her question. She didn't say anything about women not being allowed to divorce. He just made that up. So this is, again, the tactic. Just keep pivoting. Ask them more questions. Never answer questions. Just keep asking questions to try and trip them up.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so, like, sure.
All right. I mean, this I think, though, reinforces my point that...
What point? You've never made a fucking point.
You haven't made a point at all. Your point is...
If
what?
you are
but it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society.
Your point is that she's happy. She started out saying she's happy with things.
You're a Christian theocrat. The fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's the second time he used the word Christian theocrat. Basically, what he wants to say is Christian fascist, I think. But he may have enough of sensibility about him to not just call them fascists to their faces. I think that's what he's doing, though. Christian nationalism is the term that they use when they want to say fascist more recently. This is why I said I think the Christian nationalism is replacing woke, or at least the fear-mongering about Christian nationalism. This is going to be a big thing. I thought it might have been climate change, but I've got some evidence it's not going to be. It's going to be this Christian nationalism thing. I'm pretty sure, particularly after this IDW adjacent little hit piece came out. It appears to be the new pivot is Christian nationalism is the really big scary threat to America. Remember when we did this song and dance in the 90s? I remember. Just bringing out an old classic.
What's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like
Yep. Oh, show this woman hiding her head. Is xenophobic nationalism good for Americans? Yes.
Yes.
Of course it is. Being xenophobic, if you want to call it that, what you just meaning not
nation stock.
Being protectionist, not having out-group favoritism towards other people from other countries. Yes, is good for your nation. Yes, if you want to call it xenophobic, fine. But yes, it is good for the nation. It's for the best interest of the people living there. America is not the whole world, Sam. I know, as much as you would love a one-world commie government, it's not.
Yes.
Nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is the dominant culture?
This was never a question until what? Maybe 15 years ago? The idea of dominant American culture. Everybody knew what it was. I mean, the internet's really changed this. As I've thought about this before. When we were growing up, there were a couple of subsets of people, and there always have been, in terms of broad categories you can throw them into with pop, in terms of relationship to broader culture, at least for the last 100 years or so. And that's sort of, you've got the traditional masculine jocks, you've got the nerds, these kind of broad archetypes of people. And that expanded as time went on, and more media exposure. You got more and more these micro sort of communities. So, punks and rockers and, these different sort of subgroups. And now with the internet, it's actually kind of come around full circle. There became so many subgroups that basically everyone was so divided they couldn't get any sense of cohesion. And now you look at Gen Z and look at them, they all dress the same. There's no subcultures in Gen Z that I've noticed. There's when we were growing up, it had like goths and emos and the artsy kids and the, you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Rockers,
the jocks. You had all these different sort of subtypes of people, and then you look at Gen Z and it is all homogenized. But my point is that up until fairly recently as well, the idea of a homogenized American culture was not unthinkable. Everybody knew what it meant to come to America and be an American, the whole American dream stuff. Is it farcical? Was there ever this white picket fence perfect world? No, it never existed. So it was anamoya for a time that never existed. But the ethics, the morals, the idea of America was homogenized up until very recently. So him acting like it's not is ridiculous.
European and Christian values and identity. That is a dominant culture. It's rooted in European identity.
So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
Just to be clear,
we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Yes, and a perfect example in England where you've got those towns that are 99% Muslim, and we talked about it before. They put their signs are all in Arabic. They do not assimilate. We'll get to some stuff around that, I guess. I think tonight I have some stuff on that. But yeah, they don't assimilate. These people in Dearborn, Michigan, they don't assimilate. They just come here. They speak their own languages. They live in their own, often self-imposed ghettos, because they take care of each other, because they remain having in-group preference for people like them, because they don't assimilate. So they just keep acting and behaving like they're living in the country where they came from, but with all of the benefits of living in America.
Our argument is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
Trump was never mentioned
this is the
during
thing
any
too.
of this by her.
Yeah. No, he's never mentioned any of yes. Trump, yeah, he just brings Trump up. Trump has said nothing about this other than, he's thanked God a few times. He's clearly become more religious. Which
Maybe
I guess if you could
get shot.
because he nearly got shot, probably. Yeah.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been.
That's unquestionable.
Would you really disagree with that? What?
The founding fathers were white Christian Europeans.
Anglo-Saxon Protestant wasps.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, so all of the foundational values of America. Now, these people don't care, really, of course. Like I said, it's all farcical. The foundational principles of America are based on English common law in terms of the legal aspect, and are based on Christianity in terms of the moral and ethical concerns. White, Christian, European culture.
Primarily
English. What is it then if that's not the identity?
Yep.
What is it then if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of America...
For the majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
Well, actually, no. I think actually
really?
the identity of America has been, for better or for worse, a melting pot.
That's not true, though. Interesting how he says for better or worse.
Starting when? When did this... So, well, for better or for worse, interesting. Because he doesn't think she should live in this country. I'm just saying, yes, well, true.
When he says this, what he means is,
don't want her to live in this country.
What he means is, not anymore.
Well, right. We don't want you around, But, yeah. So, no, but it's also just totally untrue. When was the term melting pot spoon? The guy who invented that, his name's escaping me.
Yeah,
it's like the...
That's Callaghan, wasn't it?
It's not Callaghan now.
Apparently it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, supposedly, but I'm not sure if that's the case.
But this idea of the American melting pot is a relatively...
What is it?
J. Hector St. John Tecrivica, which is Letters from the American Father, 1782.
Is it the first use of the term, or is it the popularization of it?
That is the origin. This is what is the. I literally just looked at the first thing that came up, and it's like the origin of immigrants melting into receiving culture. But that's assimilation. That's not the melting pot.
Right. So
smelting pot
can't remember.
Is from 1845. Ralph Waldo Emerson.
So the term has been used, but his definition of it. America is this constantly changing, evolving thing where, well, anybody's an American. Anyone can just become an American. It's whatever it is in this second is what America is. That is a death sentence for a nation. When you have no identity, no object permanence. It's funny that you
mention that, because that's kind of what... I don't want to reveal too much, because my friend Chris wrote about this. And he wrote an interesting piece.
Really?
Yes.
You told me.
Yeah, to give it TLDR, his case is that immigration wave is always based on production and nothing else. But before is that the Anglo-Saxon Protestant method was used to sort of boil their culture away. And that's what made the melting pot thing somewhat cohesive. The problem with it is you can just see this in waves of production like every couple of decades. And the only way that it slows down is just to give that cycle a pause before it starts up again. And if you look at if you look at the immigration waves in America, it always comes through a period of surging production. And
yes, because it's releasing the pressure.
It is just a production valve.
Yes, they are just they're releasing the pressure because it hits people very hard, and then it's the march of progress, right? In that. We'll see we pushed a little too far, so we'll let up on it a little bit. They're not going to stop. Same thing with this woke shit, guys. Like, yeah, they're quote-unquote putting it away, but, as AA said from the beginning about this, is that it's not, the underlying power structure is not going away. They're just stopping that because it's annoyed too many people. It's not effective anymore.
They're giving you slack on the line before they reel you in.
In that regard.
Yeah, since like the 1960s, even then, even we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No, it doesn't
and now
mean
instead we're saying there's something.
Yes, it does.
It explicitly does.
That's actually what it means. What happens when you, okay, let's put it this way. If I've got a pot full of white chocolate and I start adding dark chocolate and I'm heating it up on the stove on the hob and I add some dark chocolate to that chocolate, well, it's going to change. That's what he thinks. That's what he means, right? That's what he means by melting pot.
The white.
What's meant to be is from it's just why it's originally called it wasn't called the melting pot, it's called the smelting pot, because it's the idea that a little bit of manganese strengthens the steel.
Right.
But it's not visible. It doesn't actually, and it doesn't precipitate into the metal. It actually renders other things out. It's flux.
What's also that you want to bring in immigrants who bring something to the table, who have something of value to offer.
As
and sometimes that can just be labor.
From shithole countries with no actual fucking uses whatsoever. We've already paid, or everyone in the Western world's already paid for them once with fucking international aid, and then they're coming here to get more gives me debt.
If we really, really, truly had a labor shortage, I could see importing labor, at least temporarily, and hopefully temporarily.
America's always
because the only reason you want to permanently import someone is because they have some value to offer, and they're going under the unspoken contract. It is totally not unspoken. You have to take a test to become a citizen that you're going to integrate. Not that you're going to change the country, because see, exactly, like I said, when you add the dark chocolate, that's what Sam thinks it is. When the addition of something changes how it was before. Not going into it, becoming something different. That's not assimilation. That is changing it. And that's what he thinks the melting pot is putting the dark chocolate in the white, is polluting it. Well, I mean, I know that'll take racially, but yes, it's that if you know what I mean, or adding food dye to it or whatever. You can't just take it out once you've done that either. You can't undo it.
Can't take the salt out of the pot.
Once you've permanently changed the society, how can you dissect it again? So that is fundamentally changing it. And that's what Sam thinks. That's what he thinks the melting pot is. He specifically thinks it's not integration. It's you. The culture has to integrate with you. It has to change for you.
Dominant culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And people, I think what you...
Okay, so why don't we segregate?
Yeah.
If it's a choice, then why does anyone who argues about the matter, like, cut off financially from everything? And everyone in the seats of power begins to conspire against them.
Yeah. Why'd you you lock these people up for opinions? I mean, you'd like to put them all in.
Why is Jenny Jersh having to fucking crawl over broken glass to get anything done?
No, I know.
He's only just been let back into the fucking country. Just fucking disgusting.
Well, that was, I think, largely his choice to stay out of the U.S. for a while.
You're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about.
What? Trump had no religious messaging. I mean, just a couple of thank God, kind of, God bless the USA.
The actual religious people lost their freaking mind when they had that Hindu bitch doing the screeching thing on stage. Actual Christians were like, he's not a Christian at all.
Well, he's a New York Democrat, but he's just the best we've got.
Who had the most issues with Trump when he was first running in 2015, 2016? It was the Christians, because they were like, well, he's like gross. He's a sinner. He has all these rich women around him and whores.
He's a multiple divorcee.
Yeah, multiple divorcee.
Who is married outside of his religion.
The thing is, he doesn't do drugs. I don't know if he actually fucks the whores. I'm sure he does some of them, but he's such a clean freak. I don't even know if he does. Like, only the highest quality. But yeah, he was a symbol. He was just a symbol of decadence and American excess.
He still is.
And so, yes, of course. But the Christians had a big issue with him. And I think that their come to Jesus moment, pun intended, I guess, was him nearly getting shot. And then him changing on some of this. But Trump has
everyone's going, balls, he's got divine mandate. We're going to have to put up with him now.
Right? But I mean, it's more like Trump did not emphasize, and he still doesn't. So I don't know. Again, Sam's made this shit up in his head. It's just like that meme of the guy who makes all the monsters out of cardboard and colors them in and then hides and, lays down on the ground and hides about the monsters he's created. Trump hasn't supported any of this Christian nationalist shit. It's, again, the very fine people hoax. They just make crap up and repeat it in their heads ad nauseum.
To steal a line from Two Best Friends, stop trying to make him cool.
And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago.
Wow, she's on point. Every time we say something, she says, like, thanks for unfolding the video.
Video was on.
Enough for you.
Oh, definitely. Nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to
I don't know. I don't think that's happening.
Too much pushback.
Do you know what I thought was quite funny about this?
What?
I realized it because I put this in my script because when I was editing it, I went like, I should add this in because I just realized this moment's pretty funny. Is it these same people complain about Elon Musk as he's some exploiting billionaire?
Mm-hmm.
But the moment that he wants to import labor, they are totally fine with that, even though that labor will enrich the very person they hate who's also exploiting labor.
Yeah. Oh, it's never. Well, it doesn't have to make sense.
How does that make
you know that by this point.
Yes, I know. I just thought it was funny.
The people at the very highest echelons of power get off on watching their followers run around in little circles. It's like it's an ant death spiral.
Yes.
Oh, well, they love that. They love that shit.
I just thought it was funny. Like
it is.
It just made me realize that you just hate him because he's temporarily aligned with Trump. But if he can import a whole bunch of people that you can just basically simp for, like, oh no, they'll go improve the country, but they're also making the person you hate wealthier. It doesn't matter as long as we can call everybody else racist. They can just do what the fuck they want. Like, what the fuck? So you're okay with people being exploited as long as you can call other people racist for not liking that, even though you also hate the exploitation supposedly, but just not when it's a good.
It doesn't matter that we make no money as long as we can spitefully take it from someone else's bowl as well.
Exactly.
I'm not expecting these people to be consistent, except consistently full of shit.
I mean, he contradicted him. Oh man, the first one was so good with that debates guy. Just absolutely cooked him.
That is our face when we look at him.
Yeah.
That's just like, bitch, why are you here?
I don't smile anymore.
Yeah.
I'm out too. Yeah. No, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right, do you? Good.
What argument?
He didn't have one. He didn't even make an argument. His argument is, I'm going to post this all clipped up and put like a boom Vine sound effect or what. I don't even know if he does that. I don't watch Sam Seder's
I was like the pygmy in the background cackling to himself.
Yeah, like, whatever. She owned you. Because you didn't have an argument. You didn't come back to anything. You made no fucking argument. She said, look, America is a nation based on white... Yes. Look, America is a nation based on white, Christian, European values.
It is.
Get over it or get out, essentially. And I'm sorry, but that's the reality, Sam. People are tired of playing nice with you. Because the left has made it extremely clear, over and over and over again that they are a bunch of snakes. And that is the problem with conservatives is that they just want to conserve what they have now. They don't push back. They never do anything. Nothing ever fucking happens.
So I'm not sure who did Seder's fucking makeup, but they made him look like he's jaundiced.
Yeah, he does look a bit jaundiced.
He's really yellowed out. Like, you need to fucking change the lighting in here or some shit.
Mm.
Meanwhile, the gentleman in the Dutch hat in the background, like all the colours there are popping out clear.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna switch over now to share my screen. 1 moment.
Can't wait to have Discord shit itself again when you do this.
Dude, it reset my audio so it wouldn't even come through my mic earlier today, guys. Fun. Not my mic, my headphones. See if it's... Okay, it's this Politico article, yes?
Yep.
Is it still the Politico article?
Currently, yes.
Okay, cool. Then it's good.
Can't wait for it to fuck up again. Anyway.
I know. Okay.
Yeah.
We good?
US aid official tells staffers, shred and burn your documents. The mass documents destruction order marks the latest step to dismantle the agency, and I have an erection.
Wasn't the audit by Doge considered like a subpoena? Isn't this like a flagrant felony?
We'll read into it.
Shouldn't everyone involved be up on fucking charges?
We'll look into it. Basically, the claim is that this is just normal operating procedure for an entire situation that's not normal. But Gary Thomas for 5 says, as someone whose ancestors hail from the Dark Continent, my ideal American immigration scheme is 90% European, 9% East Asian, and 1% other. I mean, there you go. If you,
by the way,
want to maintain Europe, the Europe's fucked. I don't know.
Isn't Sam Seder banned from a whole bunch of podcasts?
Yeah. Well, he's unofficially banned, from my understanding, because he's insufferable.
Yeah, I remember Tim Pool, one of his videos says Sam Seder. Yeah. Because Sam Seder is an insufferable cunt, and
he's horrible to work with. Yeah.
Yes, and
allegedly.
I can see why, because he's a complete moron.
Well,
and he's an asshole.
He just spent an entire fucking, like, he sat there and massively fucking incriminated him and his side the entire time, and then turned around to the blonde lady and said, I think you made my argument for me. Having just done exactly that for, like, an hour and a half. Like,
wait, was it Sam SNEEDer? Was it who dipped out on Steven Crowder? Would they bring in Sam SNEEDer? Or did they bring in someone else? It was Sam.
It was Ethan.
Who was
Klein
that? It was Ethan Klein. Oh, we were just talking about Ethan Klein. I couldn't remember because I'm feeling a little bit sympathetic towards Ethan Klein.
My goodness, imagine your big fucking like Uno reverse card being Sam SNEEDer.
But here's the thing.
Hell, that dude went out there to die.
The left thinks like they prop him up as one of their best debaters. That he's like yes. That's why they put him up against Steven Crowder, because they're like, Steven Crowder's afraid to debate Sam SNEEDer because he's such an high IQ, epic debater. And it was that's why H3H3 dipped out on Steven Crowder, the debate they were supposed to have, and it's like, no, you're going to debate Sam SNEEDer. And then Steven Crowder just said, no, fuck you. You're not going to do this little switcheroo on me on my own show. And then, of course, the reaction to that was Steven Crowder epically owned by Sam SNEEDer.
I thought the reason for that is because people want to punch the living daylights out of him.
No, they unironically think because he is pretty good at provoking people, because you just saw his tactic there very clearly.
He's just annoying.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, he's not like when you get like trading card games, there's two kinds of people who play to win and people who play to annoy. Well, and the idea that's to be more annoying and more trouble to play against than it is to actually.
It sounds like a woman.
But yes, very much so. But one, they want to see, a gotcha. Like, epically owned, stupid conservatives, so dumb. They're so dumb. But, their whole thing is about being intellectually superior, obviously not morally.
Can I just point out,
and then this guy comes out as their intellectual heavyweight.
There's a video here by I Hypocrite. I just love the title. It says, Sam Hyde on libertarianism, Haktua, and the importance of not being Jewish.
Based.
That's fantastic way to end that line.
Like I said, I Hypocrite, I was watching react to this, and he was the first guy, the debates guy. He's like, yeah, I know this whole play. So, USAID thing. Who wants to take this?
Oh.
What?
Sorry, I just saw something that makes me very...
You're all right?
Yes,
you want to share with the class?
Do you want to smoke?
No, because it's not going to mean anything to anyone but me.
I see you posted AA's tweet. Where did he get that book? Hang on. What did they mean by this?
Flying doctors.
Oh, this is academic.
Okay, who wants to read this article?
There's been a lot of spicy posting on certain places. I've noticed. I've noticed a lot of people are doing a lot of. Yes, there's a lot of noticing I've noticed lately.
Good times.
All right, look.
Shall I?
This has actually been out for a while, right? But we knew about this for a while. I'll just go over it real quickly. Essentially, they sent out an email saying at this Ronald Reagan building by USAID acting director Erica Carr to just shred everything, essentially. So we know that they're doing this. It looks like USAID is trying to shred stuff. I just really wanted to read the headline because it's pretty... we don't have to really go through it. We have so much tonight.
By the way, you're required to keep keep things on books for at least 5 years.
As much as I can tell from it, they're kind of just claiming, it's standard operating procedure to shred stuff, but it's clearly not. Not when you're in this kind of deep water. And then USAID-funded Ukraine group that smeared Vice President Vance as pro-Russia propagandist. So this one, here we go. Hang on, I have to try to... give me a second. Someone else take this because I gotta... my ears are
U.S.
popping.
President Donald Trump has lambasted USAID. Lambasted, fucking Jesus Christ! Yeah, I'm a fucking native English speaker. I swear, I'm not just secretly a Ugandan. But Trump has admitted to perhaps the most scandalous operation. In Ukraine. The U.S.-funded groups which defamed the U.S. Vice President, members of Congress, and U.S. journalists as foreign propagandists, whilst training Ukrainians in psyop tactics. Oh, I can already tell how this is going.
Yeah.
The U.S. government funded a Ukrainian military intelligence firm which smeared Ukrainian military intelligence firm, so not NGO, essentially.
No, yeah, it's a firm, much like Burisma.
Which smeared U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, U.S. counterterrorism director Joe Kent and Representative Thomas Massie as foreign propagandists of the Russian Federation. To this day, the online blacklist published by the U.S. aid-funded Ukrainian group known as MOLFAR lists Vance, Massie, and Kent as foreign propagandists aligned with the Russian government and demands their removal from public positions, the introduction of sanctions, and investigations into their personal involvement in crimes. Now, this is U.S. aid money going toward this. Is there not specifically a law outlining that you're not allowed to funnel money into organizations purely to smear your political opponents?
Well, no, I'm sure it's foreign aid.
Yeah, it's U.S. aid. So once again, another U.S. aid project that's just money laundering.
Yes, and it's not the first time. I mean, specifically, during the Euromaidan, now, I don't remember the exact connections here, but you can go to my video on Ukraine. You can find the evidence there. I have the specific organizations involved. But there was a nonprofit that received the majority of its funding. I can't remember the name of it. It's been a couple of years, guys. A nonprofit received a majority of its funding from the U.S. government, and they were funding the Euromaidan. They were supporting people on the ground there. You also had the U.S. government indirectly, through I can't remember which agency, funding these social media camps in Ukraine. They were like to teach people how to essentially make propaganda videos, how to propagandize about the Euromaidan in Ukraine. The U.S. government funded that.
God, where's Anders Breivik when you need him, eh?
I mean, this has been going on for forever. Ukraine has been used as a money laundering operation for decades and decades by the U.S. government. The U.S. government, in my opinion, in many ways, via at least just that, talking nothing about Victoria Nuland's shit and everything that happened during the Euromaidan that also shows very solid evidence, or the bullets having described as being of a Ukrainian origin by that one. I'm sorry, it's been a couple years, guys. The guy who was the medical advisor or medical chancellor or something like that. Olga Balogomets was her name. Talking about the whatever. It was pretty clear that the U.S., it's always been clear to anyone who's not, I'm sorry, completely blind, that the United States was meddling in Ukraine for years. And so seeing stuff like this does not surprise me. But it's just interesting. So they've smeared J.D. Vance. They're going to keep doing it. Now, this is a very curious thing to be doing, though, while you are begging J.D. Vance for money. Uh-oh. Hello? Oh, sorry, my browser just froze there for a second. Okay. So another bad thing to do, probably, while you are begging the United States for money is attack X. Now, everyone doubts this. Everyone says Elon's lying, but...
Watch it be India.
I mean, I don't know. If you guys, I'm sure, experienced... When was this? It was a couple days ago. On the 10th, yeah. So, and it was on the 6th, or the 10th it was bad, sorry. And then for a couple days around this, it was still very stuttering. You couldn't get access to Twitter.
Nothing would load.
Yeah, and Musk said that there was and still is a massive cyber attack against X. We are getting attacked every day, but this was done with lots of resources. Either a large coordinated group or country is involved. And then he did later come out and specify that he thought it was Ukraine.
Again,
I think
it would be very funny if it was India.
I mean, it would be funny. Why do I have... This was the wrong tweet. I thought that was the right one. Let's see. Elon Musk. Ukraine.
No, it can't be India. It actually achieved something.
There we go. Yeah. Claims that the cyber attack came from Ukraine. I've not seen any official response to this, by the way. I just looked for it earlier today, too. As far as I know, he just threw this out there nearly a week ago, and everyone just says, nuh-uh, to the CEO of the company. But I've seen no evidence for or against it.
And then directly afterwards, Tesla started being attacked.
Yep, we'll get to that in a minute. But again, so there's this... Okay, so this US aid-funded Ukrainian group smears J.D. Vance. This is while they're in negotiations. Then Elon Musk says that attacks towards X are coming from Ukraine. And this is all going on at the same time as they're supposed to be in peace talks. And have come to an agreement, at least, of a ceasefire for 30 days. Well, at least, let's see, Zelensky agreed, right? But now it has to be passed on to Russia.
Chaps, if you were Russian Would you agree to a ceasefire?
Yep, here it is. This is from president.gov.ua. Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire, which can be extended by mutual agreements of parties, and which is subject to acceptance and concurrent implementation by the Russian Federation. So, despite the big show, as we all, I think, predicted, Zelensky kneeled.
How can you tell?
Hasn't. Yeah, true. It's really no difference. But
they did their little cultural dance together.
They've at least got Zelensky to back down. What?
Again, how
Why the heck is that? Oh, I copied my text.
Oh God, Keir Starmer.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But here's Putin's response.
We agree with the proposal for a ceasefire, to cease hostilities, but we proceed from the fact that this ceasefire should lead to an enduring peace.
But it won't.
And should remove the root causes of this crisis.
He's going to say NATO.
NATO backs off and no biolabs.
Crimea. Yeah. I mean, look, by the way, those are Putin's demands before the war.
Yep. They were always
He's got new ones now.
30 years.
Yeah. The NATO expansion thing has been a demand for 30 years.
They should just fucking. I'm sorry. I fucking despise both groups, and I think they should just cleave to the agreement from the 80s. Who fucking oh fuck, who was the Russian premier who was always drunk? I can never remember his fucking
Boris
name.
Yeltsin.
But Yeltsin. They agreed to They told Yeltsin in the 80s nothing east of fucking Berlin, and they should have stuck to it, and then we could have all fucking gotten along for a little bit longer before everyone has to start throwing hands again.
It was Gorbachev.
Was it Gorbachev? I could have sworn it was Yeltsin.
Yeltsin was in the 90s.
It's Gorbachev.
With,
yeah, it's Gorbachev who had the big port wine stain.
What time?
So
91. You got to cut me some slack on it.
I know you're only no. I mean, it's easy to forget those people.
You're not to be wrong sometimes, Bill. It's very rare to lie.
So Keir Starmer, we'll get into this more in terms of him just doing a little switcheroo is how Scrump described it, which is pretty much what I'm seeing happening.
It's always rough to see. If you ever thought to yourself, what would happen if we had the alternate timeline where Jeb won? Just look at the UK now. You're looking at it.
He really does have like the same face as Jeb.
He looks like Jeb. He acts like Jeb. He's 4 stages removed from. He's Lord. He's got a hand up his ass with a big long chain of hands up ass leading back to fucking Lord Mandelson.
Somehow he manages to come off as
Jeb, but less likable.
Yeah, because he comes off as significantly less human than Jeb. Like when Jeb,
he's
like
when
he tells me about
of Jeb.
When Jeb tells me about how
gray and fucking old looking as him either.
When he would talk about his guacamole, he would at least he had some passion, man. I've never heard Starmer talk about anything passionately. The man's a robot.
like it's like the difference between just a robot who is a moron, but in such an entertaining way, and someone like
how you doing here?
And someone like EDP.
Yeah.
Like, this is a lol cow who is just a reprehensible fucking clod of flesh. He's not even likable.
But here's what he's going to do
about him. Not him specifically, but as an example, is that Judge Joe Brown. Mm-hmm. Judge Joe Brown. He said of Kamala Harris, the worst people to put in office are former prosecutors. And what was Keir Starmer? Former prosecutor.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. So here's what's going on, right? He did a little saber rattling.
Psychopathic.
Oh yeah,
it's totally true.
After the Zelensky meeting, he did his little saber rattling. We covered it. He said he's going to put British boots on the ground to defend Ukraine. Well, he had had all that bluster that he came out with, and then it looks like there's going to be a ceasefire. And I don't really. He still wants to come off. He wants to be Tony Blair, right?
What a horrible thing for someone to do.
I know. What a horrible sentence to say, that he wants to be Tony Blair. And it looks like
if you put Tony Blair and Peter Sutcliffe in a room, people would vote for Peter Sutcliffe before they voted for Tony Blair.
At least a Blairite,
Would vote for Jimmy Savile over fucking Tony
Blair. Yeah, who's more popular, Tony Blair or the ghost of the monkey that started AIDS? It's the monkey.
Yep, for sure.
I could make a horrible joke right now.
said that military planning to protect potential Ukraine ceasefire is moving forward to its operational phase. So he's still like, well, we're still going to do something about it. We're going to be tough. We're going to, we got military planning for the ceasefire. Because now, basically, the wind's been taken out of his sails. He really, I think fuck you, America.
He jumped into the pool just in time for it to have already been drained.
Let's see.
It's just embarrassing.
So he's
also, you can't put squaddies in Ukraine. They'll cause so much fucking measurable decline in public authority that they'll go to war with us.
Yeah. In a news conference after the summit, Zelensky said there was a need for some form of boots on the ground after the ceasefire, though he admitted some were skeptical. So this way he could still put his boots on the ground and act like he's scary and did something, and he's taking charge. Labor's taking charge.
Anywhere where there's actual peace. If you want, they say, oh, the Russians are raping and murdering people in the street. If you want rape and murder, send British squaddies.
You know exactly what this is. You know exactly what this is. And we're going to cover later an article told from the Telegraph absolutely glazing this man to a disgusting degree. And what it is it is at an exact moment. Do you recall this? Who did Trump drone strike like 3 months in? Where did he drone strike?
Oh, Syria, wasn't it?
2 months into his first term.
Syria or Yemen?
I think it was Syria, actually, which if it's Yemen, we're right back there. Holy shit. Was it Yemen? I think it was. We're right back there. Oh my God, everything circle, nothing happens. He just did that again.
Trump just ordered strikes on the Houthis.
That's what I was saying. Like, wow, but it's all come full circle there. But yeah, I remember when that happened. I thought, it's more Warhawk shit. And
everyone fell behind him instantaneously.
This is that same thing, though. Yes, all of a sudden, all of the same mainstream media news outlets, Trump is finally acting presidential. That's what they said.
Now he's
finally presidential.
Now he's like splaying people over the countryside in a thin veneer of fucking meat. Now we can glut ourselves on the dead and wounded of innocent people. Now we got something we can really wrap our fucking vampiric teeth around.
Dude, is Trump just trying to like play the exact same book? I mean, it's been about the same amount of time since he was inaugurated this time that he's
Moabs
bombing Yemen as the last time. Interesting. So the other thing, that was the Ukraine stuff. And again, at the same time, there's all these Teslas getting vandalized. So first, they're vandalizing X, someone is, and now they're going around the US vandalizing all these Teslas.
Rackets. I mean, it's just... take another antihistamine.
They're losing a lot of money.
You sniffle.
What?
At least move away from the mic to sniff.
Oh, I told you, you know that thing where like I have to like, how do you describe it? Where I had to keep like breathing in and sniffing, otherwise like my ears get clogged. Do you know what I'm talking about? That thing where you put your hands on the back of my neck and... Okay, hang on, Bill will fix it. He doesn't look... I don't know why...
Hold down the 5 minutes, talk about race
Spoon, here, you read this article first. Just read this article for a second about the Tesla.
I've got to do an actual acupressure maneuver, otherwise she'll be sniffing like rackets for the rest of the evening.
Okay, it's just because my ear... It's like... Is there? Oh no! It's there. It's just text. Here, Spoon, take this. Bill's gonna deal with my ears popping here. No, you can just go away.
Are you confused?
Spoon, cover this. Read this article for a second. I'll try to explain it in a minute. I can't hear. Give me a second.
Am I the only one that's confused over what the fuck just happened? That's what. I demand an explanation. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I was sitting there and like, what just happened? This is very, very confusing. Hassan is about to lose his boyfriend. Hassan has a boyfriend. I always figured he's kind of a power bottom.
Oh, okay, got it. I don't know. You know that feeling you get when like when there's a change in altitude and your ears pop?
Yes. Usually on a plane.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to me. I don't get that. I never had my whole life. I've never had the ear popping thing. But for whatever reason, well, I had it a couple times as a kid, so I do know what it feels like.
She has blocked sinuses in her ears.
So it's that same feeling where my ears like keep constantly popping. I don't know.
It's a pressure thing. You can do it by like cupping your ears with your hands and then drumming with your fingertips on the base of your
back of your skull.
I don't get it because I can click the bones in my ears with my muscles, my head. So I can just like.
Spoon, you asked for an explanation. Okay, so whatever. Teslas are being vandalized. We get it. the left is very happy about it. But the funny thing is, we didn't get the detail. We get it. Teslas are being vandalized. A lot of them. It's costing Elon probably a lot of money.
Right.
Yeah. Although there's that. But the left, of course, has to explain why this is a good thing. And I don't know why they bother. It's like, we know that you like the destruction of property. Like you've illustrated that. You don't have to keep telling us.
Yes.
Yes, listen.
You also
Here you go.
Overnight have this post claiming that protests at Tesla dealerships are illegal. He said today he would label violence against dealerships domestic terrorism. Now, you know,
protest. He didn't say. So again, listen to the language here. Protests, boycott is illegal. No. Burning, going to a dealership, burning a car you don't own, and committing arson is illegal.
Crime.
But this is, again, it's a fiery but mostly peaceful protest, right?
I'll remind people that
single fucking time with these
burning
people.
lithium, and no matter what you do without the proper know how to do it, is like the ATF should be the ones looking into this. Which, if you're the people doing this, I hope you don't have dogs.
Oof. I mean,
yes,
again,
there's noise that dogs make.
It's just the
until
same
the
shit
ATF
with
show up and then they stop making it.
Oh God. Oh man, I was listening to Chud Logic today, and he was defending what happened at Waco, and I was just like, man, I gotta go. I can't. Well, what they should have just come out. They should.
When he sees an opinion that he hasn't made shittier or a dick he hasn't sucked, my God.
Well, if they didn't want to get killed, they should have just come out and capitulated to the government. It's like, okay, all right. Apparently he watched a Wendigoon video and that was his takeaway from it. I don't know. This is the same kind of shit though, in terms of, when they burn shit down, it's just a protest. This is the exact same thing as the Summer of Love, fiery but mostly peaceful. It was a protest.
So it's okay to burn a bunch of these, and fire is okay now. But if I start singing Napalm Sticks to kids, I get into trouble.
I think he was just being contrarian a little bit. I don't know. Maybe he really believes that stuff about how they deserved it at Waco. I mean, the U.S. government has apologized for that, hasn't it? Hasn't the U.S. government made an official apology?
Chipman, remember they tried to make Chipman head of the ATF.
Oh, right.
They were found guilty.
Yeah, right.
Same with Ruby Ridge.
Right. They were found guilty. So
how difficult it would have been to get that conviction, how open and shut that case needed to be for the man that they absolutely fucking tarred and feathered as a white nationalist, who they entrapped into sawing off the barrel of a shotgun, and then, murdered his wife and child in front of him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Chad was calling him a pedophile. I don't know.
Dave Koresh did have some dodgy practices, but
that's what I'd heard about too. But I've never seen any
evidence of it.
As was stated
at the time, if they wanted to grab Koresh, they could have grabbed him on his morning jog, which he did every single day in the exact same route. ATF were coming off of Ruby Ridge and were looking like absolute. They made an absolute dog fuck of the entire situation. They wanted to make themselves look important, and instead they did the exact same
thing.
They had the exact same sniper covering the incident,
right?
Who did the exact same thing again.
Yeah.
There's a reason. There is a permanent streak of piss chiseled into his headstone. That is some Japanese dude.
Yeah.
Who's thankfully now off the fucking mortal coil before he can cause international incidences.
Anywho, back to this though. It's just a protest.
I am judicious in how I play this sound, but I think you need to hear it from him.
Mr. President talks about some of the violence that's been going on around the country at dealerships. Some say they should be labeled domestic terrorists.
I will do that. I'll do it. I'm going to stop them. We catch anybody doing it because they're harming a great American company.
It's terrorism.
Go back to that.
Yeah.
I didn't forget how freaking tall Elon Musk is. It's like Trump's 6'3".
Yeah, I guess he is.
Musk's 6'5".
Holy shit, I guess so. Is he wearing platforms?
Huge.
Yeah, I guess. Well, he is in the foreground. So he's gonna look a little bit taller. I don't know.
Yeah, the Dutch are notoriously fucking talloids.
Trump's right though. If you're first of all, you're burning down property. You've committed a crime no matter what. This whole thing, it's a protest. It's not a crime. It's just a protest. Yeah, whatever.
Because
it worked for them before though.
American company. Let me tell you, you do it to Tesla and you do it to any company. We're gonna catch you and you're gonna go through hell.
Look, I mean, obviously he has to talk about Tesla because it's being targeted, but he did say any company, you're burning their shit down at some stupid protest.
Now, counterpoint, I don't think that Tesla should be allowed to do fucking product promos on the fucking White House lawn. That's incredibly fucking tacky.
Yes, I agree.
And an abuse of power. That should not. That's what they should be nailing them on. But no, we got to try and literally support people like causing uncontrolled lithium fires with arson. You know.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's
not
like they're getting
off
off on how completely undefendable their actions are.
Yeah, I'm not completely on board with the constant Tesla advertising that's essentially being done, but that doesn't mean it's just a protest to go burn a very expensive car, a whole bunch of very expensive cars. And that, by the way, you are supposed to like because they're environmentally friendly.
Yeah, these are electric vehicles, and burning them is releasing an enormous amount of pollutants.
Right. They don't know anything about the green car go boom boom. That's about all they think is that green car good, electric car good, but Elon Musk bad, and the calculation just is what is good and what is bad.
Please tell me you've got something about Germany talking shit about this. Please tell me you got that involved in the docket.
No, what happened?
Germany came out and literally put up a bunch of propaganda posters and like calling him Hitler. It's like, okay, Volkswagen. Let's talk about car companies run by Nazis.
Oh, I didn't know Volkswagen did it, but they've been putting up these ads all over London.
I hate the Autobahn. I think that should have been bombed instead of Dresden, as well. I've gone over before.
Why do you hate the Autobahn?
Every car built on the Autobahn's complete dog shit.
Oh, that's why, yeah.
I'm with James May on this completely. It's the only time I agree with a leftist. The Autobahn has resulted in the worst possible car designs I've ever seen. They should have bombed Nürburgring and the Autobahn and left Dresden alone. We'd have got nicer fucking teacups out of it.
Well, I've got some...
cathedral.
I've got some news about James May later. Swastika. Yeah, Tesla, the swastika.
That's a fantastic name. You should call it that.
Opposite Sadlerswell Theater. Autopilot for your car, autocrat for your country. First appearing around Clerkenwell in February.
Now with white power steering. Stop trying to make things cool.
Now with the white power steering.
That's fantastic. Look how loving. Like that's a really nice minimalist poster. That's fantastic. Yeah. I don't like that it's not centered though.
They say it's a satirical swipe at multi-billionaire Tesla owner and world's richest man. We're holding Elon to account, the group behind the poster said. Well, because the group, whoever
Volkswagen's involved,
just like to point this out. I mean,
you're sitting in Germany. How the fuck are you holding them accountable?
They had to pay money to put these signs up. They had to buy out this space. Like they put these all over London. Also, I want to talk about my particular irritation with this one. It's just
I do
buying
really
a Tesla.
like his salute, by the way. Like he really like put these effort into the salutes.
The group is called. Apparently, there's a couple of groups. Which let's be real, they're all funded by the same thing. The only reason that there's a couple of groups and why they're so obviously identifying themselves like this, like at Overthrow Musk, is so they can act like, oh, it's just a bunch of independent groups. They're all paid by the same organizations.
Can I just
it's obviously coordinated. Let's not even fuck around. Yeah, sure. It's a Roman salute.
The reason that I like the salute is because it's very reactive. He made them react by doing something as simple as just like waving in a very aggressive manner.
Yeah.
That's it.
No one should have any problem with the reverse dab.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Because it's not a Roman salute, it's actually a reverse dab.
I want to talk about my issue with this. Buying a Tesla, you may be in for a Nazi surprise. What? This is fucking terrible. Why? How did you not
go for like a
go
nasty surprise? But like, yeah, it's just shit.
Nazi surprise? It's so bad. Is it supposed to be nasty?
Yeah, I'm going for a nasty surprise.
It should be. You did not see this coming. That one works, or something like that. But Nazi surprise? Look, okay, I'm the only one here who doesn't have a somewhat close to approaching English accent. But how the fuck does that end up being nasty?
Well, how about fucking? I think it's good for the environment. Nothing could be fewer from the truth. Something like that.
Yeah, just something
literally
clever.
Anything else?
Instead of fast and the
furious. That's not even...
It's awesome. You're also saying the car is fast. Hail Tesla, based. Tremendous. Cool. So good. This is great. JD Vance, 5 stars. Nominated for 5. What does it say? Adolfs.
Nuremberg.
Nominated for 5 Adolfs. Winner. Oh my god.
That's badass.
5 Adolfs. But like, really they're so. Wait. Parental guidance. Tesla CEO is a far-right activist. Don't give him your money.
Oh my fucking god!
My god, it's pathetic.
I like how every single one, but the digital one, has got like massive fucking creases because it was put up shittily.
Well, yeah, they don't know what they're doing. Who is behind the campaign?
They couldn't even bother to pay decent workmen.
Not clear who the individuals are behind the groups. Everybody hates Elon has vowed to build a movement against billionaires who seek to divide ordinary people.
Except when George Soros is cutting them checks.
Except when George Soros is
trashing the guy right now. Like, you are dividing someone by saying, hey, look, we're going to hate him, so we're going to separate ourselves from everybody else who doesn't hate him.
Doing actions holding Elon to account. Putting up stupid posters is holding him to account. How? You're fucking pathetic. However,
Fast and is great, by the way.
Yeah. However, I want to follow the money.
Most of these could do an extra draft, I reckon. These aren't exactly stellar works of like.
Hang on, my Brave is. It seemed to have woken back up. Okay.
It wouldn't be Brave if it didn't occasionally.
German porn.
No.
It does a bit.
So, the one big thing that I have seen as the major talking point of the left against Donald Trump for the last couple of weeks has been the price of eggs. Now, of course, obviously there is a time between when chickens are born and when they are able to start laying eggs. We looked into it, Bill, because we talked about this before.
Democrats call that prime time.
I'm sure, but I think it's about like a month to 2 months. Are chickens old enough to start laying eggs? Maybe 3, I think.
It's 4 and 6.
Was it 4 and 6? I thought it was like only 1. It was 4 and 6.
If you pump them full of growth hormone, like the industry normally does, that you can get it down to like 2 or 3.
Then 2. Okay, so 2. But let's say the average time for a chicken to start laying is about 4 to 6 months.
For quails.
Whatever. I mean, they're smaller. That might make sense. But so there's a bird flu issue. So the prices of eggs go up, and now they're normalizing.
Bullshit anyway. That was just a setup.
Right. Well, so the left was like, "Oh my God, I bet you really regret your vote for Trump now. Eggs are $5 a carton." Well, obviously, as we told everybody at the time, of course, the prices of eggs will stabilize. It's just like with the COVID stuff. They will take an unrelated event and go, "Look, Trump is failing." It's just trying to
I'll be
demoralize
real, motherfuckers. If you don't own your own chickens already, like, what are you doing?
Really, I know Tim Pool goes on and on about the chicken stuff, and I do like his little setup. I think it's cool that he's got the chicken.
I think he needs to stop using
live feed.
For it.
Well, I don't know if they've changed it. I haven't watched Chicken Sitting In forever, which is I'm not sure about the name of it, but anywho, so prices.
What are you going to call it? Eggschwitz?
Brave crashed again. Hang on, I gotta. Oh my God.
Wouldn't be Brave unless it shat itself.
I know it always crashes. It's better than Chrome,
but
it's a shame
it doesn't have like a
marginally
mixed avian like setup. You could call it duck cow.
What road?
So. Okay, let me share my screen again. And I'm sorry, Spoon, you might get, everybody might get.
How about Over Scotia?
Over Scotia. That's pretty good.
That's a highbrow one, yeah.
I also just saw in real time why Discord always does that thing where it makes me select the wrong thing. I watched it in real time update minutes after I had changed tabs. Anywho, so should be YouTube now. Look, we're gonna listen. Oh, and he's making a great face right out the gate.
To fucking David Pakman?
Fucking pack my ass, man.
I just wanted to put this in there because this egg narrative about, oh my God, I bet you're
right next to our thumbnail, so it highlights how much it looks like Cedar's bastard spawn.
Oh my God, he really does. Holy shit!
You want to file that nose down, Sunshine?
Oh my God!
Woods.
He could be Sam Cedar's son.
You've been listening to that fucking bitch, Lily Allen. I peeped that top right. Listen to.
I hate Lily Allen, but I like that cover.
Lily Allen is like one of the most
I truly fucking despise. She was just a terrible person. She's so mean to Alfie for no reason.
She's a piece of shit to Alfie. Jealous. She has completely offloaded her own children and gone off on a drunken rampage around the world rather than look after her own kids. She's so comically evil.
But I like her cover of this Clash song.
Just listen to the Clash.
I like the Clash, but I also like that cover. Okay. Anyway, here's okay. I was just saying he looks like he could be Sam Sneeder's son, but the thing is that they are both gay and narcissists. So really, I think they'd be
Maybe
down
it was
for
some kind of plan so that Seder could eventually fuck himself.
See, this is all, finally my very own clone. Now neither of us will be virgins.
Legs.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my ass and I slap my nuts.
So only time where you can say, yeah,
Donald
go fuck
Trump
yourself, and it isn't just you.
Promised that he would bring down grocery prices on day one. And yet, here we are, something like 30-something, 40-something days into Trump's term.
I don't know.
And eggs are now more expensive than ever, breaking records almost every single day.
Well, this is from a couple days ago. I just want to give an example of what the rhetoric was like, so we remember for posterity that they were like going on this egg thing. And by the way, $5 for a carton of eggs is a lot of money. Let's be clear. But it wasn't
These
Trump's
idiots use
fault.
regular eggs. They all eat the fake shit.
Well, that's true. I'm sure he probably buys the soy eggs or whatever I'm just the vegan eggs. Ugh.
Some kind of designer egg infused with gold leaf and Elon.
What you eat, I'm sure.
Musk's tears.
Yeah, because unlike the previous fucking establishment, he wouldn't kill the goose that lays the fuckers.
Don't you love when these rich LA freaks try to appeal to the normal people, like the working man? The Democrats haven't been the party of the working people for decades and decades and decades. I don't know why but they're so locked into that portrayal of themselves that we're the party of the people, of the working class, despite hating the working class. Yeah, nobody.
You've got a knack for pausing him at really awkward times.
Well, it's just his face. The thing is, Pac-Man, that nobody fucking cares. Who this affected negatively is Trump's base, people who actually work for a living. Nobody, the left is just like, ha ha ha, I'm so happy that I'm at the idea of poor or working class white people struggling to pay for eggs. Tee. That's what this was about. And now, of course, they're upset. They're
reveling in the misery of others. Their favorite fucking
typical
pastime.
leftist.
The closest thing they've got to a sport.
Because he's insufferable. We'll listen to just another second. But you see the catastrophizing. Oh, so terrible. I'm totally not laughing at you voted for this.
33%. Almost 1 percentage point a day since Donald Trump became president.
Yeah, how's it his fault?
To a new report.
How's it his fault?
Corporations may actually be using avian flu as an excuse to jack up prices and raise record profits.
Okay, yes. So see now you shouldn't trust the scientists. Avian flu isn't real. Like now it's all
we still need to start making vaccine for it.
I'm sure. Yeah, exactly.
That will turn eggs
Pfizer
into
needs to make money.
Yeah.
Pfizer.
It was Pfizer that was pioneering it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like they always are.
Also, there may be price gouging going on. It turns out.
Oh, it's price gouging. Yeah, all of the egg suppliers in the U.S. got together and decided simultaneously to engage in price gouging.
Before we do that, hang on. That's the most likely thing it actually is.
Is it possible? Yes. Wow, there's also, but at the same time, we know there's a bird flu epidemic that's not just going on in one isolated place.
But so it may also be fake, to be honest. Let's be real here.
Okay, is it possible? Absolutely. But either way, the situation of the bird flu stuff started well before Trump got into office. We had known about this for months. So we knew egg prices were going to go up because it would take a while for young chickens to be old enough to lay their own eggs. Are we live? Yeah.
A handful of companies control giant industries with no real enforcement of antitrust law. They can just charge whatever they want and say, hey, market forces. The biggest egg producer, Cal Maine.
Hang on, are we suddenly in favor of trust busting? Because I've got a couple of fucking names.
I mean, I'm in favor of trust busting.
Amazon, Google.
Yeah, you wouldn't like that though.
Disney.
Oh, wouldn't like that one. Though. Wouldn't want to do that.
One. That company that's literally a monopoly on all media.
Disney should be very thankful, very, very thankful to DeSantis for not. I mean, I wonder how much he got paid off to stop going after them so hard.
A lot.
They did back off on some of the woke shit, but only marginally so. And again, remember, it's only being put away in that the most egregious parts of it are being put away. And there's a 4chan post I'll bring up later that's about how, and this post has been going on for years now, about when the woke gets put away, it's because of a war. They want to reinvest young white males into the society so that they can get them to go fight and die in war. That post has been, like I said, making the rounds for years. With this Yemen thing, we'll see. Is that what the woke is being replaced with?
Don't fight for these cocksuckers for anything less than the private military rate.
It might be war. I think the other thing is the Christian stuff, the Christian hatred. Anyway, we get the idea. I just wanted to have a kind of example of the people who were catastrophizing this egg stuff. It was fucking nothing. The Department of Education slash it. Initiate reduction in force, impacting nearly 50% of the department's workforce starting March 21st. Bye, Felicia.
I was literally about to say that exact thing. You do it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see. This is interesting. Patel says he's going to address the alarming rise in swatting incidents targeting media figures. The FBI is aware of the dangerous trend, and my team and I are already taking action to investigate and hold those responsible accountable. This is about politics weaponizing law enforcement against any American. It's not only morally reprehensible, it also endangers lives, including those of our officers, and it will not be tolerated. We'll see where this goes. Obviously, the FBI and the police forces, the FBI, it's going to be a hard time wrangling control of them because there's many, many layers of corruption in the FBI.
My issue is, the issue is that one, I don't trust the FBI, and two, I don't trust Jeeps, and this is both.
Yeah.
And more importantly, I've always been a big proponent. I think that too many influencers get away with actual illegal bullshit.
It's a mixed bag, right? It's like, yes, a bunch of influencers get away with bullshit, but then you have people who get... You get people who get swatted for...
Hang on. Let me climb on top of this fucking soapbox for a second. Could people actually report motherfuckers to the feds when they do blatantly illegal fucking evil shit rather than decide, oh no, if I report them, I might not get a chance to make a fucking video about them and make some fucking moolah?
Well, what do you mean, Bill? What do you mean?
A lot of people... I've seen a lot of people running around, like, people doing blatantly illegal shit, case in point, like Hassan's horseshit, calling for death of public figures. Mm-hmm. Or people actually, like, basically putting open contracts on people's lives on live stream, and people are more interested in making fucking videos about how these people are pieces of shit rather than just picking up the phone, calling the FBI fucking, like, branch office up and saying, this motherfucker is out here putting open contracts.
You don't understand. Those people have been reported. Like, I mean, it happens that the FBI doesn't do shit. The swatting stuff, too, I mean... You're saying why do people talk about their swatting instead of getting the person who did it? Bill, it's impossible to track these people.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting the case of the fraudulent claim ones. I'm not claiming that would be those. I'm saying the people who are. I'm saying my concern is if we start. There are going to be cases potentially where the people might start abusing that full support system, basically doing like a cried wolf.
It's possible. Look, I don't, obviously I get nervous about any kind of government overreach or potential government overreach, but look, there needs to be something needs to be done about swatting. I don't know exactly what the correct answer is because it is a very
I think it's going to have to literally
messy.
Be we get rid of like anonymous tips.
Unfortunately, I don't want that to be the case, but it's not just swatting. With what happened to Ethan Klein, again, as I really want to get to, I was supposed to before, but what happened with Ethan Klein is that they're calling CPS on him. And now he's been swatted plenty of times. The swatting wasn't working. What is the point of swatting? Let's be very clear. I do not fucking care what anybody says the point is. There is only one reason that people engage in swatting. It is an attempted murder. This has been found to be the case. People have gone to jail for this because everybody fucking knows that if you call the police and say, for example, as they do to Tim Pool, at Tim Pool's compound, Tim's got a gun and he's shooting up everybody, and they're all dying. It's blood and guts and murder and stuff happening right now. You got to go in there, break down the door right now. The point of doing that is to kill the people in that house.
To just say they should not go in they should not be going in organs blazing without like a full rundown. You should be required to give you.
Particularly when it's someone like Tim Pool, who you have been investigating for years and years and years, and you know everything about. You know that that's not what happened. So it's just recklessness. Now, they have to send somebody out there, but they don't have to send them out guns blazing. And when they've chosen to still do it, like with Tim, like when I first started doing this, I had not there's no SWAT team in Morgantown, right? So I didn't live in a town where there was a SWAT team, but people did call the police on me a couple times. Mostly they tried to get me 5150'd, which I didn't really talk about, but we never got into this. We never even got into the Ethan Klein thing. Sorry. Like I said earlier, I got my second intramuscular injection shot this week, which gives me a lot of energy and makes me feel a lot healthier, like more able to do things. But if I seem a little jittery, it's because they...
It's basically mainlining Monster and Red Bull.
The needle... Like the amount, like not the needle itself, but it's not the syringe, but the plastic part that holds the liquid is huge. Like how much right into your muscles, which actually hurts. Like my back's
it is
hurting right now.
mainlining Red Bull.
Yeah, but they put, and it lasts for like a week, so get a bit jittery. Anywho, sorry if I'm a little bit all over the place. I mean, I'm high on vitamins.
You're high on actual functional nutrition.
I know. Anyway, what I want to ask you, Cash Patel, that's real nice. I hope you do something about it. I like genuinely, because it is a problem. But where's the fucking Epstein files? Asshole. No new news about that, by the way. I'm going to keep asking every time Sam Bondi or anyone involved with the FBI says anything. Going trans?
A resounding best of luck, but I'm not holding my breath.
No. It's their vitamins. It's vitamins. Literally. I was so vitamin depleted.
I'm currently off weed and alcohol for Lent. If she was getting anything fancier than vitamins,
yeah, Bill want to be in on it.
Now. I'd be smoking that shit out of a glass pipe.
No, I can't drink, so I gotta get vitamin injections. I can't drink alcohol like ever again. By the way,
Aiden's literally high on like the basic nutritional makeup of a person.
I'm drinking this Forta juice style nutrition aid.
It's which is mostly like
just apple
whey
juice.
It's apple juice with whey protein in it.
Juice.
It's just fruit. It's like the same shit we used to make. By the way, if you want some absolute nightmare stuff, I'll have to see if I can get hold of another copy of the Guernsey recipes book, because Guernsey milk punch is terrifying.
No, well, I know about the milk punch. 8 different
hard liquors mixed with milk, then you sieve out the cheese curd that results, and what's remaining doesn't taste of alcohol and is like 40% by volume at minimum.
When I went back to the States, I bought a bunch of copies of a local cookbook that had the recipe for Guernsey milk punch in it, and just gave it to a bunch of our American friends, like, go make the milk punch.
It's not even like a creamy drink. It's like a regular like mixed drink, but yeah, the milk is just there to precipitate out any bitterants. So you're just left with pretty much completely like no alcohol bite whatsoever, just pure alcohol.
I don't know. No, that does not. It didn't sound good to me when I was drinking. It really doesn't sound good now. But oh my goodness. Anywho, so if I'm a little bit spastic, it's because I have normal. Yeah, I'm always like this, but I have like normal human energy, and I'm not drinking, so it's sorry. Anywho, so this guy, this Palestinian activist who helped lead Columbia University protests, is being deported. I thought we might have some disagreement on this, but probably not. This guy was a prominent role at Columbia University's protests against Israel. I mean, I want to point out that I think it's because he's protesting Israel is the real reason.
Jesus, he looks like Zelensky's kid.
I was just about to say he looked like Zuma Zelensky.
Oh my god, he's Zelensky with a fucking broccoli cut.
How horrifying.
The
How can
Zoomer
they make Zelensky? They are experimenting on people to make the gayer Zelensky.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to be gayer than Zelensky. So look, let's be real. Let's be real about this. He's being deported because he was protesting Israel.
Yeah.
Now, I think if you're a fucking immigrant to a country that's hosting you, allowing you to stay there, and I don't know if he's paying for his education at Columbia, I don't know, or was paying, but you're there with the invitation and grace of the nation that's hosting you, and you're not a citizen. So it doesn't mean you don't have any rights, but if you are causing a bunch of problems, you should expect to get deported, just like Johnny Somali. Expect to be kicked out.
I think it should still have to, like, you should, even if it's like a slight criminality element to it, if you should cross the threshold into actual criminality.
Look, if he was an American citizen, I would have a problem with this, right? I would have if they tried to, go after him just for, if he hadn't committed any crimes or anything. Also, from the sounds of it, he is no longer even a student there.
Oh, it's another fucking David Hogg situation. Yeah, fucking.
No. It said that maybe it wasn't this article, but I read that he graduated a couple months ago, and he's still hanging around doing this. So I think that's actually part of it too.
It is a David Hogg situation,
where he's still hanging around the university doing this shit, like months after he's graduated. So it's clear. I mean, it would also maybe be a consideration
unless he's looking to continue his degree onto the higher levels. But
no, I think this was a PhD or a master's actually. Something like that.
Unless he's looking, or he should, or his. I'd have to look. I don't know what the particulars of his student visa. I would have thought it'd probably.
Yeah. Hang on, I think actually, I remember reading this, but maybe I went with the AP article just because I thought it was. the best overview.
My point is that people should not be kicked out purely because they argued with Israel.
Yeah, sure.
Because if we go down that road, then fucking hell, half of fucking Michigan has to go.
Well, he's 30. So I think that I'd have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure I'm right, guys. You can fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that he is no longer in school. He graduated. I remember seeing that he had graduated.
Yeah,
so
stop flicking about.
well, I fucking know it's true. Anywho, yeah, I'm not sure. Spoon, do you have a take on whether or not he should have been deported?
I believe if you're pro-Israel and pro-Palestine, you should get fucking deported.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of people.
Fucking either. So, yeah, exactly, precisely.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are either of them here? Israel has nothing to offer the United States, and Palestine can fuck off as well. It's like sibling rivalry. Piss off, both of you.
It's like a sibling rivalry, but neither of these children live here. They have broken into your house and are having a slap fight on the landing. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Right. Well, okay. So people in the chat are wondering. So I will look it up now. It said he graduated. I know he was so he's certainly. I read the word graduated in an article. Okay. It's indelible to my hippocampus. Why is he still living in campus housing? Look. Yeah. He graduated in December 24. Based on everything I have seen, he is not. This is a Reddit post, but this is what I read too. He is not described as a student. Wife of detained Palestinian Columbia student says she was so naive to believe that he was safe from arrest. But yeah, he graduated in December. Where does it say this exactly? He's not described as a student. So repeat my question: why is a non-student living in Columbia housing?
He is not described as a student because he.
It's the wife. Okay. But the stuff about him too says he graduated in December.
Hang on, how come? If he's an adult student, why is his 28-year-old dentist wife allowed to be tagging along on a student visa?
Well, because it's never just them, is it?
No,
it's always got to bring our families over with us.
500 of his fucking nearest and dearest. What's that old adage? There was a gas explosion in Pakistan today. 10,000 people dead, and tomorrow they move on to the second house.
Right, but here it is. Yeah, from Time.com, he graduated with a master's degree in December. So why are you still? You've been through all Christmas break. You're still living on campus?
Oh, he's got a permanent green card.
Oh, right.
Why the fuck has he got a permanent green card?
I don't know.
He was meant to be here on a fucking work
probably because he was getting a master's degree. Probably because he was getting a master's. Yep, probably because he was getting a master's degree. So come over here. We'll pay for your education and then justify your importation because now you have a master's degree. Wow, I'm just a guess. Look,
what did they say that his degree was in?
It doesn't say. It just says master's degree.
What's his fuckwit's name?
Mahmoud Khalil. I don't know. I think obviously there's a lot going on here, but it's because he's married to an American. Kijon T, thank you.
Oh, she's a convert.
His wife is
the dentist is a convert.
The woman wearing the
bachelor's degree in computer science from Lebanese American University in Beirut.
Yeah.
Oh, taught himself. Oh, he's a fucking okay. He also working with Syrian refugees for a Syrian American education nonprofit, Junsur. He also earned a bachelor's degree in computer science from Lebanese American University in Beirut.
Yeah. Why does he have a green card? Wife. Is his wife? Because he's married to an American? Let's see.
Okay, I've got his
got it.
Student.
I wasn't really planning on covering this too much, but sorry, that's why I'm not informed on it because it was just. I honestly don't really care.
Khalil then spent years working for the British government's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office.
Oh
and
my!
A scholarship from the British Embassy in Beirut.
Oh, is he a British citizen? No,
he's a
Syrian.
Yeah, he's what's described as a double refugee.
Nora Abdallah was his wife. Nora Abdallah, does she convert? The couple met in Lebanon in 2016 when she volunteered for a nonprofit providing educational scholarships to Syrian youngsters. Oh, okay. So it sounds like she is. Okay.
Yeah, he fled to Lebanon and then fled from Lebanon.
Okay, so that's why, yeah. Okay, because he's married to an American. I don't know. Sorry, I don't.
He's already got his
look,
degrees.
the obvious reason why this is being pursued is because I think the main reason is because he's protesting Israel. Or at least that's why he's catching out for it. But honestly, I don't know. You're gonna act a fucking fool.
His bullshit also reveals like a whole string of weird bullshit that's being pulled with the green card system and the educational system in America.
Yeah, I think he should be deported by his name alone. I mean, that's the thing. It's kind of like
just cut out the bullshit.
I don't really
get
care.
Out the color swatch.
Yeah, it's why I didn't look into it too much because
Get me the paint chart out and check fire
that. So here's the thing, JD Vance just can't. I don't know. I just find him fucking amusing. The more time goes on, just his.
He's got a little weird, jovial, chubby face, and I think that drives the left nuts.
I really didn't like him at first because I read his book, and I didn't like his book because it felt like to me, it very much came off as someone from Ohio pretending to be from West Virginia, which is essentially what it is. In my opinion, it felt like hick-face to me, yes. But I may have to reread it and give it no, I don't think so. Maybe I will.
To be fair, if you were given a book deal and that's something that lucrative, wouldn't you write a bunch of bullshit?
No, it's supposedly his whole political journey, and I mean, that's what was in it more or less. Is growing up in rural Appalachia, which is really like middle Ohio. But anywho, so went to a concert at the Kennedy Center, and of course, these impotent fucks, all they can do is boo. It's so they really are all just children. And it's funny because, of course, always accuse your enemy of that of which you are guilty. And so, of course, J.D. Vance and Trump are so childish. It just doesn't work. But, I just like Vance not giving a fuck. I think it's funny. Oh, shit. There he is.
With the flute of fucking champers to it.
Get fucked. Oh, wave. Just waving. Hello.
Smile, wave boy. See, something about his face just makes him extra salty. It's just the chubby little face of his.
Smug. Yeah. Keep booing. Why are you booing me? I'm right.
Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Only good line in Rick and Morty.
Yeah. True. Let me read some super chats here for a second because I've missed a few. Artemis Fowl for 5 says, "How's the gang doing? I found some entertainment recently. Finally found some entertainment. Oh, what'd you get into, Artemis?"
I fucking shudder to think.
Well, okay. Well, why did you have to go someplace weird with it? The Frontmaster for €5 says, "Still haven't received my Putin box, but I should give you the money in advance. Thank you, comrade. Very much appreciated."
Where the fuck's my Daniel Defense Rifle ATF? Where's my kickbacks?
True. Yeah, I'm waiting for my... Yeah, Spoon, have you at least gotten your Putin box for all of your Russian shilling? Spoon?
Oh no, the guru got him.
Oh, no. Must have had a wrong thought. Hopefully he comes back. Oh, he may have said he was going to the bathroom or something, did he? No, I didn't say anything. Oh, well, let's hope he returns. I'll continue then. Soul on the Lich for 100 ARS says, "Thomas Massey, the guy that campaigns against IPAC and is apparently the only Republican who's not endorsed by them." Is that, I think that's how Spoon phrased it, because I asked him, what did I ask Spoon specifically? I said, explain to me the issues with Thomas Massey in a way that I probably won't be able to find on Google very expediently, And he said, yeah, he's the only non-AI PAC supported member of Congress. So that would be why. That would be why. But we'll get to Thomas Massey in a minute. So, yep, Vance unbothered. Oh, and let's see.
In his lane.
Yes, and clashes the guy that campaigns against AI PAC and clashes with the Orange Man just so happened to be a Russian propagandist. Yeah, it's very convenient that we have some shit to talk about there too. It feels very much like a reflection of the Rupert Lowe situation in the UK, in that you have this guy Thomas Massey who is what was his nickname? Mr. No, because he seems to be very principled in that if he doesn't like something about a bill, it doesn't matter if the GOP pushed it forward or the Democrats. It doesn't matter. He votes based on principle. Now, knowing that all politics is power politics, I can understand why this irritates Trump, because he wants to get stuff done, like in this case, and why he's going after him now is over the budget, and sees Massey as a thorn in his side. But Massey is like a rare good politician, or appears to be. someone like Ron Paul. I wouldn't necessarily say I don't know enough about him to compare him to Dr. Paul specifically, but Dr. Paul was the same kind of politician, not necessarily going to vote on party lines. And if democracy works, that would be ideal, but the problem is it doesn't, and it ends up being sidesism and power politics as always. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for 5 says, those anti-Tesla ads need a hot blonde chick wearing a Hugo Boss uniform, LOL. Yeah, for sure. That would certainly make them more interesting. Would brighten up the tube.
We can't afford the license for Ilsa She-Wolf for the SS.
I think you probably can. Ammo is currency for 5.
When will that go into the public domain, I wonder?
Says, if you don't have space for chickens, you can do quarter-nicks quail, 8 weeks from hatched laying eggs. There you go. I mean, Bill's family's got chickens.
He's got some of those.
So we always have eggs because we've got Bill's family's got chickens, and Bill likes to. There's a window right next to me, and it looks out into our yard, and right, in fact, near the chicken coop is what it overlooks. So a lot of times in the morning, like when I'm out here at my desk working, I can just hear the chickens, and sometimes I just a little bit. They just go pop, 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 and I do the little chicken noises back of them, and then occasionally you come home when I'm doing that.
I don't have the heart to tell her that everything she says in that fucking office echoes down the streat. You can hear her for like 300 yards down the road.
No one
I can hear her
talking
before I see the house.
I'm not like beating the crazy allegations. It's like, come up here and tap the back of my skull so the weird sounds in my head go away.
I reiterate my earlier comment. Please send help. For the love of Christ, please send help.
Oh my. Slosher for 20 Canadian says, Aiden, I read Vance's book years ago and I respectfully disagree. He talked about being raised in Ohio by grandparents from Appalachia. Yeah, I remember the book, but it has been 6 years, I think, since I've read it, 5 years. I think he was talking about getting the culture from them, not that he was from there. You know what? I still own the book. I'll give it a reread. I remember I didn't know anything about Vance at the time. It gave me a bad taste on him in terms of initial impressions. Because people were immediately talking about this Vance guy, and I'm like, oh, and he's got this book. Actually, no, wait a minute. My dad got that book for me because he wanted me to read it. That's what happened. He wanted me to read it to basically give him a TLDR, and at the time, I said, yeah, I'm a little bit suspicious. But now that I've gotten some better vibes from Vance, I'll go give it a reread, because I'm sure you're right, Slosher. Wait a second, is Bill Oozaloo? No, not everybody.
God, I fucking hope not.
So I have a picture of you and Oozaloo next to each other. I can show that. Yeah, I could.
No, you
can't. Yeah, I can. I blocked out Masha's face.
Can't.
Yeah, I did. Oh, your face is in it, Bill. Uh-oh.
That's why I don't want that image out there.
Uh-oh. But Bill.
I remind you, we're in a two-party region.
Bill.
I can take your ass to
it's
court.
Not. I can, but then I can. Hang on. I'll scribble it out.
No, I don't want it. I do not want that image shared.
Okay, you're no fun. All right.
Yes.
But no, I have visual proof, evidence that Bill is not Oozaloo. Bill is
my continued
Oozaloo with
survival
glasses.
is proof of that.
Well, neither of them wear glasses, so yeah.
Well, he's half a foot taller than me. I'm about 3 foot wider than him.
Does Oozaloo wear glasses sometimes? I don't remember. I don't think so. Anywho. So
also, he wears a witch's hat. I can't find a hat in my size.
Yeah, Bill's head is too big for hats. We literally, we went to a hat store, didn't we? In the U.S.?
Yeah.
Did I dream this?
No, there was a place with, a hat stand out front.
Oh, yeah. I think I got it mixed up with a totally different memory where, sorry, this is so boring, where I went to Vegas and there was a store that sold nothing but hats. It wasn't the last time I was at Vegas either.
Small hats?
Well, no. It was just this enormous store that just sold, just flat, or not flat caps, baseball hats. And it was huge. I was like, what the fuck? Why do you need a store that just nothing but baseball hats? But I guess Vegas, I don't know. And for some reason in my head, that we did go to some place that was a hat store, though.
Yeah,
and we couldn't find anything that fit you. Couldn't find anything that would fit your large skull. I'm in danger. Anywho, so reading about immigration, I had it up. Okay. So, this is pretty... Someone spurred out Advance. It's just interesting to watch this.
So, hi. We
Spoon,
talk enough.
Are you back yet, by the way?
I'm here the whole time.
Bill, Phil, come on, back me up on this. Did you go to sleep or did you leave?
We were asking for you, Van.
I said I was away for a second.
Okay.
About demand.
Then you weren't here the whole time, then, dickhead. Were you?
Sure thing.
Here.
Okay.
Of increased housing demand, we know is that we've got a lot of people over the last 4 years who have come into the country illegally. And that's something we have to work on if we want to meaningfully reduce the cost of housing, too. Now,
yep,
just
what
think
he's
about this.
saying.
If you allow 20 million people to compete with American citizens for the cost of homes, you are going to have a large and, frankly, completely preventable spike in the demand for housing. And that is what we, of course, have seen, because while we made it a little bit hard to build homes in this country over the last 4 years...
I mean, that is part of it, but let's talk about, people say there's tons and tons of empty homes. Those homes aren't affordable by the vast majority of Americans.
Who owns them?
And then because these companies like BlackRock and Vanguard, whatever, BlackRock specifically, these major corporations, they own these houses, they can charge whatever the hell they want for them, and they charge people through the nose. And you also have the housing market's incredibly inflated. The problem is that the people who come into this country illegally or who are here on visas and overstay their visas, those kinds of people, that we're saying we need to remove.
In regions like California, where squatters' rights are so widespread and inclusive that they can literally set up shop in your house whilst you're at the store and you can't get rid of them.
The thing is, though, that the houses that those people oftentimes basically get provided for them, particularly in the UK, but in the US as well. They get all kinds of aid and assistance in getting this stuff. If you're not white, and you get all kinds of aid in the US at helping you buy a house, and if you're not white and you're an immigrant, the better. So, but it's time, and an immigrant who's not on the path to citizenship, but so someone here either illegally or someone on a temporary visa. I mean, they get all kinds of benefits for stuff, and the people that they would be competing for oftentimes are going to be low earners in America who are already struggling for these houses that are way overpriced because of the monopolies. Oh, I guess if it's monopolies, it's not multiple monopolies. It's at least a duopoly. There's a small number of firms that own basically all of the real estate in the U.S.
We've also, unfortunately, made it way too easy for people to compete against American citizens for the precious homes that are in our country to begin with. Now, I'll say this, it's actually not just an American problem either. If you go to Canada, where because of their laws and regulations, they've seen a massive increase in the number of people who have come into their country. You go to the United Kingdom, you go across the world, and you see a very consistent relationship between a massive increase in immigration and a massive increase in housing prices.
I mean, outside of the fuckery with BlackRock, it's just a basic logical conclusion. You have more people competing for houses, price go up. Duh.
We have to be honest about that.
I have no idea what this person yells, but they're mad about it. They're mad at him saying that this happened in Canada, which is true. And just as a fact, I don't know what the freak out was, but clearly mad.
Well, I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable.
Why are you booing me? I'm right. Well, again...
But ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live.
Just a hysterical woman behavior.
One of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. Now, last week...
Go faint on a couch, bitch.
Southern border, and we decided to check in on what's going on there at the southern border. And of course, like I said earlier, you often hear about immigration enforcement as about crime.
Yeah, it is like trying to explain something to toddlers. Yeah. More competition mean price go up. Money printer no matter.
About drug trafficking.
Now, we should turn to people like fucking Nancy Pelosi for community management. After all, she did I do remind people, illegally hire fucking Jim Jones as the housing commissioner of San Francisco.
Sure did.
And basically set in motion the sequence of events that led to Jonestown.
Yep. Yeah, just daily reminder about old Nance.
I was at Eagle Pass and I was talking to local border control down there, and they told me that in just a matter of weeks, their small part of the border had gone from 1,500 daily encounters to less than 30. And again,
and it does appear to be working. Like, all you have to do is not incentivize these people to be here. If you don't give them endless incentives and tell them, hey, you can come over here, we'll give you money and you can do crimes, no shit. And you just say, we're going to send you back, we're going to punish you. Oh, just the threat alone is enough to stop, clearly, a large number of them. Just the threat alone. It was exactly this way under Trump the last time. Yeah, the immigration went up because he didn't go far enough, and I'm keeping an eye on him, okay? I'm sticking to this.
I'm not sure this is confirmed or not. I've heard this is basically, saw a tweet about this. Apparently, with you remember that judge tried to reverse the order for those El Salvadorans getting sent back to they were trying to bring them back to the States.
Yeah.
Apparently, the El Salvador's president has turned around and said, too late.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
He's trying to get his hands on those motherfuckers for age. Just fucking put them in clink.
Yeah.
Of weeks, that's just a simple matter of common sense border enforcement. That matters. Thank you.
So that was it. Just seething, whatever. Don't know who it was. I just saw the clip. But Schumer has also knelt. Schumer to advance GOP funding bill, unwilling to risk government shutdown as deadline nears. They're, of course, very, very angry at Chuck Schumer for taking the deal, but, you know, I'm curious as to why he did. Because the last time they really wanted to lock Trump up in terms of they want to keep him tied up in political rigmarole as long as possible in filibustering and etc. I think it's because things are so bad. Maybe again, it's the release valve. We'll play on a little bit so that things can get a little better, and then we'll congratulate ourselves for doing it and say, you know, base everything that goes wrong, blame everything that goes wrong on Trump. Take responsibility for the things that do go right. It's what they do every single time. Don't get me wrong, the Republicans do it too. Just the Democrats are particularly egregious when they do it. It also might be that just Schumer was brought to heel. The Democrats are way too insane, as is clearly their problem. They selected Kamala Harris, an unelectable woman. Absolutely, abjectly unelectable. Yes, totally unelectable. It's clear that they need to restructure, and they've said as much. So playing along with Trump, at least right now, it may be part of that restructuring effort. We'll see. But this is also part of the Democrats' restructuring effort, which is that they have updated their logo, and this is it. It's so ugly. It's all just like these very basic geometric shapes. For those of you who don't remember what it used to look like.
Are those ears like traced off the Playboy bunny?
I don't know, but this is what it used to look like, right?
Used to look like an actual donkey.
Yeah. Something that people also notice, though, again, is that it used to have 4 stars, and now it has 3. So Dibster here asks, it's like your ratings dropped from 4 stars to 3 stars, though 2 would be more accurate. I don't know if they need any. Yeah, people were just dunking on them.
There's something vaguely weird about it. I don't know.
It's very off-putting looking. I guess it's because it's so geometric.
Yeah,
I can't really put my finger on what.
It looks like it's just a really shittily drawn donkey.
Yeah, like this is like a paintbrush just stapled onto the back of it.
This was mocked together in like literally 20 seconds by some intern.
Use your true image. Let's see. There you go.
It's just really, you know when you see like old paintings of off-model horses? It really does look like those old paintings of really off-model horses. You know, like someone like some fucking like peasant painted a horse and like they clearly never seen a horse.
Right, or something. Oh wait. Hang on. Braves crashed again.
It's ending in war.
Oh my god. I don't know why. I really don't know. The whole browser crashed. Yeah.
An example of the off-model horses.
Hang on. Spoon, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to... Are you doing something?
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to share my screen again.
Drinking lean.
You're drinking lean again, Spoon.
Drinking lean? What the hell? I'm so
DRT is king for 5 says we'll have to watch the VOD. Why must streams be now? I know, I said at the beginning we'll try to switch back to Wednesday. It's just because of health and real life stuff, you know. But yeah, thanks, man. Let me see if that's working yet for me to share my screen. Yeah, okay. Should be. So Trump is going hard against Thomas Massey. Is it Massey? I want to say Macy because the way it's spelled, but it's Massey. Should be primaried. He should be primaried for opposing measures to government shutdown. So Trump on Monday called for fellow Republican to challenge Rep. Thomas Massey primary election over the congressman's opposition to a continuing resolution that would keep the government from shutting down. Massey, a hardline conservative, Macy. God damn it! Now I'm Macy. I'm fucked up now. It's because I said it once wrong, reading it. Whatever. Massey, a hardline conservative, has pledged to vote against a Trump-backed measure that would increase defense spending while decreasing most non-defense spending below 2024 levels by the end of September. The bill, which cleared the House Rules Committee on Monday, has earned the support of conservatives. Basically, Massey's the only one who voted against it. The only Republican who did, right? So now calling for him to be removed. The thing about Massey, though, is he does this all the time. Like, he's known for this. If he doesn't like what's in a bill, he votes no on it. He doesn't vote based on coalitions. He doesn't vote, based on being pressured to do so.
And he usually means he's actually read it.
There's a reason he's the only congressman not backed by AIPAC, right?
AIPAC, yes.
Oh, it's this chat. Okay, I'll take back the twat comment. This guy's the only legit one there.
Yeah.
Trump compared him to Liz Cheney. Look,
That's the dumbest thing Trump.
I know.
Shit, yes,
okay.
Trump gets so when he gets delayed anyway.
I can see an argument for this, for Trump acting like this, which is that he's the king, and you are not following his orders.
No, his Jewish handlers are telling him to primary the one person standing in his way.
I told you
they've got an excuse to get. They finally got an excuse under Trump to get rid of him, and that means that people won't argue with him.
I said that I posited that as a possible option. But yes, I think that you two are probably correct, is that he's not endorsed by AIPAC. He is outside of the political circle, and so he's being punished for it. He has not capitulated, but that, I think, makes him a rare, decent politician. And we're going to look at an example of that. I.S. Spoon, they killed his wife? Allegedly? Well, I didn't know that. I asked you if you had while you were gone a little bit, I mentioned that I asked you why you thought they were going so hard at him, and I was like, yeah, that would be it. But here he is calling out the establishment. So this is from last year. Give you an idea of who this guy is.
Mr. Massey. Can we be honest with the American people about what's going on here? This is political theater.
Always is, isn't it?
I'm going to call out both sides right here. It's all posturing. It's fake fighting. We all know where it ends up. Yep. This is Groundhog Day. I don't care if the Democrat is the speaker or Republican is the speaker. We always get a CR in September, and then we get an omnibus. Sometimes there's a twist on that. We might get the omnibus before Christmas, but if we're not good, it comes after Christmas.
CR is continuing resolution,
but that's
by the way.
what's going to happen.
You can tell
and in the meantime,
it's
political theater. We've got some. It's good theater. We've got great writers.
This guy's so fucking on point.
Plot. It's the same plot.
Take back everything bad I ever said about this possible bitch.
What should we be doing? It's already been discussed. We should have done 12 separate bills. We should.
They did kill his wife, you think? Bills. Midnight in Exile.
But again, whether Democrats are in control or Republicans are in control, we never do the 12 separate bills. Why do we always spend at least as much as we did last year, and why do we never cut spending?
Question. It never goes down.
Because Democrats want to grow the welfare state.
Let's be fair. The Republicans spend it on war budgets just as much, which was the issue here is military spending.
And Republicans want to grow the military industrial complex.
Thank you.
And we're eventually going to get together, and they're both going to go up. I guarantee you.
Yep, as it is right now.
And both parties are just fine letting the bureaucrats do their thing, which should be our thing according to Article 1, Section 8 in the Constitution. We are empowered with these things. Most important of the things we do is the funding, and that's the big lever we have. I've sat through now almost 2 years of hearings in this Congress where we've exposed...
Bakehart says, directly after Massey's wife died, Jews said, I hope your wife's death makes you reflect on your anti-Semitism. Was this
Pretty
like
much
some random
guaranteeing
person,
it was a
or?
Mossad thing.
Let's see. Let this keep playing while I look that up.
Lies at the CDC,
draws a
shortcuts at the
conclusion as to
FDA,
what
unconstitutional
they've got
gun
everyone
bans
else
at
in
the ATF, over prosecution of January 6ers at the DOJ, targeting common citizens at the FBI, spying by the NSA, illegal mandates for livestock by the USDA, targeting plant vaccine or transgenic plant vaccine at the NSF, and censorship. The censorship industrial complex of which the NSF is part of, automobile kill switch at the DOT. Now, these are all things I think most Democrats are just fine with, this kind of totalitarian state that the bureaucrats are pushing on us. But Republicans at least pretend to be against these things. But what are we going to do this September? We're going to fund every freaking one of those things that we have exposed. That is the tool that we have, is the funding. Why are we funding things we don't like? We don't have to. Well, it's because we're addicted to spending. And this doesn't do anything about the addiction at all.
I know, G.
So, why? Let me
absolutely on
touch
point.
on one point too here that I think is important. Is, a couple years ago, or a summer and a half ago, I suppose now, we did something where we allowed the debt limit to be increased. But as a condition of that, we said if you do a CR that lasts past April 30th, everything's going to get cut 1%. And that, to me, seemed like at least a little tinge of fiscal responsibility was creeping in. But now I notice that this CR, instead of going 1 year and giving us time to do the 12 appropriations bills, is going to go 6 months. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen because this goes 6 months. Number one, it ends in March 28th, on March 28th. Well, the automatic cuts happen on April 30th if the CR went past that. So that is exactly why the Speaker chose a 6-month CR, is so we don't have even the chance, a threat to this town, it's a threat of a 1% cut. We don't want to even, this is like T-ball. The 1% cut is on the tee, and Republicans won't even swing at it. So instead, we're going to do a 6-month CR instead of a 1-year CR. That sets up another crisis.
You're just kicking the can down the street,
We can do another pretend fight.
Yeah.
Sometime around March. And that fight will...
It's always, it's exactly as I mean, it's political theater, engaging in these little performative war games.
Same fight, regardless of who wins the presidency and who's in charge of the Senate and the House.
Yes,
And
the
we're
heads changes. The
basically
oligarchy
gonna
stays
get
the same.
Pretty much the same result.
100.
But that's 6 months from now. In the meantime, we can kick the can down the road.
Oh my God. I didn't listen to the end of it. I didn't know he was going to use the same verbiage I used. Whoops. I listened to just a little bit at the beginning. I was like, oh, this is great.
We've exposed, and all of these hearings are going to continue to get funded. But wait, there's a bright, shiny object on this CR. I've never seen one of these. I have never seen a bright, shiny object attached to one of these must-pass bills. Oh, wait, no. It actually happens. There always is. A bright, shiny object. A bauble, if you will. A little something to get excited about.
They always do that.
Act.
They always do that too. You see it every fucking time. They manage to cram all of their own little individual wants and needs and desires into the budget. These little tiny pet projects for all of these people. And yet, interest some of them, so they get excited and they just say, yep, I want that. So they pass the whole thing. It doesn't matter all of the rigmarole and nonsense that's in it. This happens every single year.
Right? And by the way, this is good political theater. I do like this part of it, that we're going to see almost every Democrat cast a vote so that illegals can vote in our elections. I mean, that's pretty clever on the part of our speaker to set that up, make you all take that vote. But here's what he's going to do after you take that vote. He's going to take it off. The bright, shiny object goes away.
Yep, because it's ridiculous.
It's Lucy in the football again. And the American public is all revved up. Yeah, we're going to get to save it. We're going to save these elections. We're going to stop
Student loan debt
illegals from
forgiveness.
voting.
Yeah.
Really? How are you going to do that in like 6 weeks? I think they're already registered if they're going to vote. Some of them probably already voted. This SAVE Act ain't going to save anything. And particularly because it ain't ever going to become law. It's a false promise to get all the Republicans half pregnant. And then you're going to get fully pregnant by the end of September when you vote for this CR.
Interesting way of describing this.
I mean, I hate to break this to you. I mean, the Democrats already know this. I'm not telling you anything special. I hate to break it to the Republicans. You ain't getting the SAVE Act. It is not going to stay on this bill. Why? Because we're going to cave. We're going to cave. Is it a fight worth having? Absolutely, it's a fight worth having. Make those Democrats say they want illegals to vote. Make them take that vote as many times as you can. And then make them go to the ballot box in November. But that's what it is. It's political theater, folks. We all know where it ends up. We've seen it. I've been here 12 years. I've seen it 12 times. I refuse to be a thespian in this failure theater.
I need a cigarette. Holy fuck.
Ooh, that was great.
Huey Long is
Absolutely.
looking up from on a high and saying, yeah, fuck them.
I love how he just shredded the entire U.S.
Fuck
government.
Yeah.
He's cut the biggest promo of the fucking century.
This guy, he's dangerous to someone like this, even though he's been there for a long time, is dangerous to the political establishment. Anybody talking like this is dangerous.
Everyone I know that watches went like, J.D. Vance, get the fuck out. Massey should take Trump's place after you're done. Like, fuck it, like, get him.
Tag him in.
Yeah, exactly.
JD is a perfect VP, but he's not really quite.
He's not prime time material.
He's not prime time. This man give this man the top fucking billing right the fuck now.
Absolutely.
It's like this is like when if you used to watch just basically just use wrestling as our example here. When you'd watch like NXT or like some other like D-list show on the WWE, and you'd find someone who can do all the moves absolutely flawlessly, absolutely like works the promo gig really well. But you just know, like, you're going to get stuck doing D-list work and jobbing to people like The Rock for the rest of your career because the people that up high don't like you. Massey is that exact thing. He needs the floor constantly. We need to push him as hard as possible.
William says I hear a lot talking about what's he going to do. This was literally theater. Well, he doesn't have the power to do much else.
Yeah,
as one individual person.
That's kind of the point of his right.
And that's the whole reason that's why he's being punished, essentially, is for not doing the group act by being individualistic. I mean, that's why he's being, and I did
can't accuse him
look
of
into
not
the rest
walking
of it.
the walk. They murdered his wife.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, if true, but I mean, also, like, I think, look, this is probably it. House passed a resolution condemning anti-Semitism. It wasn't unanimous. Who was the person who voted against it?
It's your boy.
Almost
Massey. Self-described libertarian. A lot of similarities with Ron Paul, yeah. So he voted against this. What I remember when this happened, it was just, we're all going to publicly say that anti-Semitism is bad. Bad thing is bad, that everybody agrees is bad. Being a racist, being racist, being anti-Semitic, these are bad. Can we say, like, just fucking childish waste of time. And I mean, maybe that is a bit of a libertarian thing. You're just wasting time and money. Maybe I don't think it's a libertarian thing,
People
but I'm saying
hitting the
probably
fucking
where that comes from in
senatorial
terms of,
liquor
this is
cabinet,
pointless. And then here was apparently Chuck Schumer got real mad at him for this one and asked him wanted to take it down. Congress these days, American patriotism. Congress these days, Zionism. I can see why they don't like him. Just saying.
Congress these days really is like Drake.
So this is speaking of libertarians, Texas bill could jail you for owning or watching Goblin Slayer and more. Now, I want to be clear. I looked through this law. I think there's some problems with the language in it. I agree with it on principle, but it's going to be very, very difficult to enforce for reasons that will become very clear. Now, the bill claims, and it's set up as saying it's to basically prevent the creation and distribution of realistic AI-generated CP, okay? The problem is the wording of the bill is so vague that I could see it being very easily abused. The definition is sort of, it seems to be, I know it when I see it, as other obscenity laws, right? Which
if it's a law,
can be dangerous.
It will be abused.
Yeah. So, shocking censorship bill. This is Niche Gamer. It's a weeb outlet. Shocking. I don't know if you could tell from all the anime shit on it. It was unanimously passed. Here's the thing, though. as we all know, I think there is that one type of libertarian, the like Coomer libertarian, where they don't necessarily really have any principles. They just want to goon and, be hedonistic as possible. Your Nick Rekieta type libertarian, where sorry, Bill's. If I'm Bill and I talk at the same time, we'll get an echo.
Yeah, and also unfortunately, Aiden's on a substantial delay, so sometimes I'm retorting to stuff she said upstairs.
It's just Discord, yeah. No, it comes through in the end fine. It's just, it's a second. It helps that I can hear you when you're talking. Anywho, so new bill would purportedly make it a crime to own a multitude of popular Japanese manga, including Goblin Slayer, Futaba, and many others. The office of Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick posted in support of the bill. Right after it passed the Senate, will soon head to the governor's office to be signed. The bill in question is Senate Bill 20, sponsored by GOP Senator Pete Flores. The bill, in its own words, creates a new state offense, for the possession or promotion of obscene material that appears to. This is the very key word here. Appears to depict a child younger than 18 years old, regardless of whether the depiction is of an actual child, cartoon, or animation, or an image created using artificial intelligence, application, or other computer software. The whole problem with this bill, I would have no issue with it except for this word. Or how are you gonna regulate this? And I assume we're going by 18 years old. Are you gonna determine that an anime character looks 17 and not 18? A cartoon. Look, this
also,
is just, I don't know what the fuck this is. It goes from
talking about obscene material and then goes over to being image-based. It's not very consistently written.
Here's the problem with this whole thing. Depiction of an actual child, cartoon, or animation. And V mentioned this, I think it's true. I think South Park and The Simpsons and stuff are going to would get clapped for this. If it's like a depiction of a child being, I don't know, like the kids get beat up and bloodied in South Park all the time. There's weird sexual jokes. I mean, in that show, constantly. I know South Park is kind of always the
Talmud, religious texts.
Well,
are from an era where people would frequently marry children.
Well, true. I mean, this is about specifically, I think, images though, because it has to depict.
See, it goes from describing obscene material and then starts to specify like animations and images and such. But when you
appears to be a child.
When you lead with obscene material, that's the generic, and then unless you're outlining that it's specific to images, then
it depends also what they mean by sexual acts. Look, there is something to be said of what is obscenity. I don't know how to define pornography, but I know it when I see it. In that, the Republicans had a point back then, because porn and porn addiction, in my opinion, is one of the greatest destructive forces to Western civilization. In terms of, and so many people, I think, grew up on this sort of internet brain of being, because of thinking pornography was normal, of thinking that this weird shit was actually this is just normal stuff. No.
Well, one need only look who was selling it.
Well, that's the thing, though, is that there's so many people, particularly like my age, who grew up really online with like 4chan and stuff, and we were just used to seeing fucked up shit. And that obviously is not correct, because look, it is wrong, and not all of it in terms of like, I don't think where this is going, hopefully, but I don't want to have to hope because the wording of the bill could allow it to go that way. I hope what it's about.
I'll say this, all laws will inevitably be abused. However, if you can't be bothered to write it properly, then you shouldn't write it at all. And furthermore, like, just especially something like this, where like there is no one being physically victimized here.
Yes.
Like,
well,
it's
the thing is,
in the case of pornography, the user is pretty much the victim 9 times in 10, unless you're talking about all the people who are getting like raped and having their shit up on Pornhub, which they keep getting caught doing. Right. They keep getting caught defending.
Yeah, speaking of speaking of baby fuck, it's all right. I remember that shit.
Oh, go on my chance daily life.
I know. Oh god, ancient. But yeah, if you grew up around
live action adaptation.
I think people a lot of us, because like V, he's bothered by this, obviously, but I heard even him say, everyone, and he said, I don't want to moralize, but I think you do have to moralize a little bit. I think it's required, because this is ultimately a moral, the psychological and spiritual health of the nation, of the culture question. I used
They're a bigger fish to
not.
fry before that.
I used to not have a problem with pornography. I do now. I think. Oh God! But the libertarian side of me doesn't want to ban anything, but that doesn't work. It doesn't work.
My issue with pornography is one: it's inevitably people are inevitably being physically victimized during it,
Yes.
and because the people who use it as a smokescreen to cover up for actual crimes. And two, and most importantly, is that it is being like conflated with free speech, and
Yes.
ergo, that's how you end up with shit like cuties and noncery.
Yeah, I don't think pornography is free speech. It's not expression.
Performance art,
pure pornography, I
artwork
should say.
Like, there's a difference between like stuff for pure artwork for pure titillation should not be it's not. There's a difference between artwork which is physically victimizing someone and actual free fucking speech. Or
I do have to.
that
Yeah.
is satirical. I hate that they're conflated with one another. That said, I also don't give a fuck about like.
Well, okay, so like, look, the one that they're bringing up here is Goblin Slayer. Now, Bill and I are both fans of Goblin Slayer. I'm a fan of Redo No Healer, which don't look into that one.
Of course you are.
All women like Redo No Healer. I don't know why.
It's
yes,
trash.
I do. It's because all
It's
women.
rants for wankers.
It's rants for women. It's if you don't know about Redo No Healer, it's just about rape, pretty much. It's revenge rape
Someone
series.
looked at Konosuba and thought, "What if I made Kazuma as big a cunt as possible?" And made it as tragic. It's just fucking tragedy porn. It is essentially anime's answer to a Serbian film.
So my basic takeaway on all this is that the wording of the bill is way too vague. How are you going to determine if a anime character that is stated to be 17 is illegal? Particularly because, well, the technical age of consent in Japan is 13, but it's a technicality, and it's in some provinces the federal age is 18. No, it's not. It's 16, isn't it?
18. Federal age is 18.
They just changed it. They just changed it just a couple months ago, or a year ago.
Yeah, guess what? Every country around the world has had to bump everything up to 18 because Muslims keep getting everywhere, and they inevitably marry people off at like fucking 13. So that's why England had to change from 16 to 18 because of the fucking child marriages.
Yeah, look, it's my biggest concern is with the use of AI to generate realistic looking CP, which is already illegal. So, and I'm happy, very happy with that. The other problem though is too is that it's with this AI stuff, it's gonna be so hard to enforce this. Who's making it? You know, how do you stop them from making it? It's gonna be very difficult. And then if you ban the anime, it drives these people into creating underground. And probably creating far more extreme stuff.
So that's how you end up with people getting into weird shit when they just want to watch fucking Goblin Slayer. Mm-hmm. Furthermore, there's no actual sexually explicit scenes in Goblin Slayer as far as I know. There's some people who some mild nudity, and there are rape scenes.
There's rape scenes. It's not on screen. You don't see it. It's not. Well, obviously it's not. Well, it's not pornography. There is straight up pornography in Redo No Healer, but I mean Redo No Healer though. That's.
I think anyone would more than lost of that one.
I love Redo No Healer.
No, get your shit taste.
Oh, okay. But here, so I'm very, on some level, I'm supportive of this law, but I'm not supportive of the wording. And I don't. Look, I see people saying
this fucking stuff is bullshit. I don't want fucking people morally grandstanding.
I just
on
don't
shit
care.
Like this.
And also,
it's already illegal to make AI images of children.
Yes, which is good, and it's a lot of people, saying. This is the Republicans snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And no, I don't think so. Again, this comes back to what are we conserving? I'm sorry, this stuff is degenerate.
Just trust bust Pornhub. Just trust bust Pornhub. Just fucking go after the companies directly.
I have issues with the legal aspect of it because I see it as almost impossible to regulate and catch this stuff, and this appears to be. Look,
this is not
in extreme circumstances. You will know it when you see it, but
it's not
only if it's implied that way.
Whatsoever. It's fucking worthless to even. This is just a fucking. This is jangling keys in legal form.
That's what I see it as.
It's not going to be enforceable. Just fuck off with this.
Oh, it died again. Are you serious?
This pageantry.
It's like the third time in as many. It's like I don't know what is wrong.
I'm just sick of people saying, "Oh, we're gonna take down these like pervert cartoons and shit." It's like always fucking just rant this dog shit. Go after the companies that actually victimize people. There are people.
I mean, that's what I prefer.
How about this? Why was nothing investigated with Wayfarer?
We're doing a Hitler. It's so bad. I don't know why I like it.
Why is no one looking into the two pizzerias in DC that are right next door to each other, owned by the same people, and have and their logos are a spitting image of like the noncery logos?
Yeah, why jail people for watching it? You can just.
Why is one of the most influential people in DC, James Alefantis, a man whose name in French means child lover?
Child lover, yeah. It would be j'aime l'enfant. Yeah, child lover.
And on top of that, he owns both businesses, and he's considered one of the most influential people in all of DC, despite the fact he just owns 3 restaurants.
No one in chat likes reading Healer. I had a
Reading Healer is shit.
Who did this
rants for
conversation
wankers.
with? Was it with V? I had a conversation with somebody about why women are like the only people, and there were like. It came out when it aired in Japan. It had like this massive female audience. They're like, why is this rape anime have only female viewers?
Well, one need only look at the kind of pornography that women consume. This is what pisses me off. Like, what pornography do men generally consume? Enough to get them through the day, you know.
Yeah.
Pretty vanilla stuff by and large. Some people go down the Coombe Road, and that's what gets them in fucking trouble. Meanwhile, women start where most men leave. It's like it's Always Sunny compared to Seinfeld. It's like, where do we start with women? Oh, there's monster fucking and goblins and fucking all sorts of weird shit. It's like,
who's got more perverse sexual relations with men and women? Women hands fucking down.
Oh my god, it's the Handmaid's Tale thing of being like, oh god, I'm so afraid they're gonna tie me up and put me in a costume and forcibly impregnate me over and over. A rich, powerful man.
Women, if you're gonna fucking crank one out, just do what the rest of us do and just crank one out to something normal and not something that makes me want to have a shower.
And call the police.
They're so fucking weird with their perversions.
Now, here's a good rule of thumb. If the way you start in pornography is the kind of stuff that gets your door kicked in and you shot with beanbag rounds, maybe calm yourself down. Maybe get a cold shower or something. I realize that most women their entire lives have been nothing but just a fucking gravy train of fucking oxytocin and fucking dopamine, and you get women start out far deeper in the fucking coon brain train than most men I've ever seen.
It's just that it's because the pornography that women enjoy tends to be text based. There's plenty of evidence of that too.
Get away with way worse.
Well, that's what it. So it basically like women fly under the radar. One, because it's always like, oh, only men, because men are always jerking off. No, women look at obviously smut too, and I think women are largely way more degenerate in terms of.
Because you can get away because
the most popular women's book is 50 Shades.
Yeah,
which is
half the shit in 50 Shades of Grey.
Every woman on planet Earth apparently likes that.
Like
every other one,
most of the stuff in women's. If we went onto Amazon and found what like the pornography that women are consuming the most, and like tried to animate a single page of it, you'd end up in Clink for the rest of your life, getting pounded in the ass. If you want to make good friends with Requise on fucking D Block, you be my guest. You try and animate anything women use on a regular basis for pornography.
Yeah.
And then they will project that onto everyone around them.
Yeah, women are like Darkness from Konosuba. Many such cases, yes.
Darkness, average female character.
This is another GOP bill in Texas. A bill to stop furries from using litter boxes in schools.
This could have ended up a GOP bill to
Furries
stop
Act.
Furries.
It's called the Furries Act.
I hate. There's nothing afterwards. I just hate. We live in a society, allegedly. No, we fucking don't.
So here's the thing, right? It's clearly a shit post. But they're making the lefties come out. So allegedly, there was one school where they had a litter box there for students that identified as cats. I've never seen any evidence of it. It's largely considered to have been a hoax. I don't really know. But here's the thing. If it's a hoax, why would you care if there's a law stopping furries from using litter boxes in public schools? If it's not something you're concerned about, this is like, why would you care if there's a law about leaving a pie on a windowsill on Sunday or whatever? If you don't plan on doing it, if you don't, I can't imagine why someone would do that.
I know it's a complete aside, but I can't. Every time someone mentions like leaving a pie out on a windowsill, I can't.
It's just the go-to stupid
of one Twitter post of the dude posting a picture of doing a top hat twirling his mustache. Like, perhaps you should leave that pie on a windowsill to cool down. So I fucking love a return to old school dastardly evil.
It just begs the question. It just begs the question. Why do you care if they want to outlaw people from using litter boxes in schools unless you are worried about it? Okay, what do I have?
If the fact that it was brought up at all is rather telling and makes us all very concerned.
I have this segment called Black Woman Logic. Let's did we watch this last week?
Let me get some ice in my drink.
Did we watch this Jasmine Crockett clip where she says it's not a crime to enter the country illegally? Here you go.
It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, I am rather sexist when it comes to women in government. Shit
are you?
like this is why.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Speaking of perverted sexism,
it's not criminal.
Look at Kisha right there. Everyone wants me as a slave. I'm a hot.
Oh my god, I know.
Crime. It's not a crime, which is why they're so frustrated, because they really want our local law enforcement to go out and round up people when they could be looking out for the murderers and the sexual abusers.
Them. Yeah. You know how much, and of course you don't, how much murder and sexual abuse happens in these migrant caravans. How many children get sold into sex slavery by you just letting these people in with no vetting process? Yes, it's not a crime to commit a crime, though. That's, black woman logic.
As well as the robbers, they want them to go and round.
I mean, it does actually
posting nails.
That does make it all make sense. If she's just here saying a crime is not a crime. No wonder. I've always heard that argument that why do they say he didn't do nothing? He was a good boy, and why the perpetrators of crimes will similarly say.
To him.
Well, no, yes, but I mean the argument is that these kinds of people lack object permanence. So if they're not currently doing the crime right this second, it's not a crime. Okay. That's not.
They are literally completely divorced from who they were like 15 seconds or so ago. Her brain divorced itself in the middle of that sentence. See, because it's not, if you're not doing the crime right now, then it's no longer a crime. They literally do not have the cash, like the CACHE cash necessary to process that they are at fault. Also a weave shit.
Slosh over 10 Canadian says, Happy Gary Plausch Day. Cheers to amazing dads. Yes, Gary Plausch. Is that how you pronounce it? The guy who killed that pedophile.
That Gary. Best Gary.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to talk about how she is, like, are we going to talk about the fit? Like, it's 50%, like, whatever happened to Baby Jane and 50% shoe on head. Perhaps neon neck would be inappropriate now.
Oh, Jesus.
People up on
yes, I know I stole that joke. I give a shit.
And so that's why I wanted to point out, don't give me this fake outrage about criminals roaming our streets when you guys stand 10 toes down for the biggest that we have ever seen go into the White House. It is not a...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Donald Trump's a criminal, but crimes aren't crimes. So Trump's not a criminal then, because crimes are crimes. Okay. Was this right? That's in the wrong place. Oh, this is the wrong... Wait, this is wrong. How did my organization get all fucked up? Hang on, what? Where did half of my black woman logic fucking segment go? Oh, here it is. Wait, what? Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I was clicking on the wrong thing. It was me. I was dumb. That's for later.
Fuck, I'm going to go check myself into a men's shelter.
Illinois Dem lawmaker pushes bill to legalize a tax on police. Shut up. For people having mental health episodes. Here she is. Lisa Davis has introduced a bill that would legalize a tax on police officers by those appearing to have a mental health episode. What the fuck does that mean? So you're having a chimp out, and you should be allowed to physically assault the police.
Well, it's the same thing as that like athlete who was like in the middle of a relay race and just cranked someone in the back of the head with the baton as hard as she could, and then tried to say like, "Oh, I know she was hurt and everything." Well, you're not thinking about my mental health and shit. Like, just fuck off. It's just...
This is ridiculous. But they didn't do nothing. He was having a mental health episode. Right? It's always an excuse. In
order for you to have mental health, you'd have to have mentality at all.
You have to have mentality to start with.
You cannot have a mental health episode. You are ill-equipped.
Oh my god. Really? It crashed again. I don't know. I might have to restart the whole app in a second. Oh, that's fun. The autoplay is great, Fox. I love that. I really adore it. Serathis for 1,000 HQF. I don't know what that currency is. Thank you, though. Is the whole no object permanence, how would you feel, and the other 4chan green text about black people true? I thought those were just shit posts. I mean, like, I've not... Okay, in terms of the object permanence thing, well, it does appear that there's a portion of the population... I've seen the numbers at around 20 to 30% actually, and this is broad, I think like U.S. population that they can't see the object in their heads. So there is some evidence that the way people perceive of things or conceive of things is different. So some people can see an apple vividly in their minds, rotate it. Some people can't. Some people have an inner monologue. Again, it's about a third of people don't. It seems consistent that there's about a third of people. I don't know if they're the same people because as of yet, I don't think there's been a comparison analysis between the mental image visualization and rotation task, and with IQ and with internal monologue. But it does seem that there's, in terms of the object permanence, I know it's a 4chan shitpost, but it really explains a lot of things in the behavior. Is there evidence for it? Not seeing it, but. Yeah, I think there might be something to it. So, more on black women's logic is Michelle Obama started a podcast.
Hang on. I'll say this. Case in point, there's that case where there's some Somali 15-year-old like beat the shit out of someone and got let off because they have an IQ of 49.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about that. Yeah.
Also, you're on a massive
Michelle,
when you speak to when it comes through on here, and it's really fucking me up. So I apologize ahead of time.
Are you sure?
Okay,
like give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna restart my browser, all of it. I'm just gonna, so it's been fucking around. I kept just closing the window, but I'm gonna have to reopen the whole thing. It's just Brave being a shitter. Okay. Whoops, one sec. Sorry, Spoon. Hopefully this will last for another couple minutes before I have to fucking... Yeah, I'm going to share my screen again. So, sorry, but it should work. You're paying a lot of attention, I can tell. Are you just doing something else, or?
No, it just loads when you do...
Okay.
It just comes back on.
Okay.
I don't need to do anything.
Okay. Oh my god, it already froze. Are you fucking kidding me? It already froze. The whole thing. What is going on? I can try to use Chrome, I guess. I don't know what's happening with Brave. It just will not work. Shit. Okay, anyway, I'll just read I'll try again here in a second, but with a different article. Maybe it's just this article or something on it. Anyway, the point is that Michelle Obama started a podcast. I watched about 30 seconds of it. It was the most boring shit I've ever seen. And it's not doing well because nobody fucking cares. We're supposed to care for
this whole thing was trying to astroturf her so she could try and run for the presidency.
Which they're not serious about. They just throw that out every 4 years to pretend like they're going to run it, but they never were.
This was them seeing if it could actually be worthwhile trying.
It's not.
And they are finding out it's definitely not.
So let's see. This next segment is on the putting the woke away stuff. I don't know. We're still not going to get to shit. Okay, I'm going to blaze through this and I'm going to get to my other stuff that I really wanted to talk about. I just am going to have to tonight. The Sam SNEEDer thing took way longer than I wanted it to. Oh well. So I was wondering, what's the woke's going away? What are they going to replace it with? And I'm always paying attention to see where the winds are moving. And again, I think it's the Christian thing, and I think it's war, but we'll see. I thought it might be climate change, though. And this is really funny, because I don't think it is climate change anymore, at least, and I'll show you the evidence. The new climate change summit, COP30, is going to destroy 8 miles of rainforest to build a new conference center to hold their summit in.
At this juncture, we can definitely confirm this is literally a mama's farce.
You can't make this up. They're going to tear down 8 kilometers of rainforest. And there's a sloth that lives there. There's sloths. So they can build their climate summit venue. Bill Gates has also said that he's done with climate change.
Just gonna graduate to just full-scale supervillainy.
I guess so. I mean, you've already done so much damage to regular people's lives with your stupid bullshit. But I don't think it's climate change. It's definitely, the woke is definitely going away. Disney's not even having a premiere show for their journalists for Snow White, which I think did it premiere this weekend? Is it out yet? When does Snow White premiere?
It says something when this came out, and it legit has worse production values than Coal Black and D7 Dwarves.
No, it's not out. Okay, it's March 21st. So, but this is interesting. The journos are very angry about this because basically one of the things that they do is they invite them to these big parties, these red carpet shows, get them all liquored up, give them a bunch of goodies and, kickbacks and stuff. And that's how they guarantee they get good reviews. So I think Disney is writing this off, but you'd think they'd still want to put some money into buying off the journalists. I mean, it's how it's always worked.
Well, it didn't work for Creator Clash 2. Why would it work anymore now?
That's true. Maybe. I think just this is a write-off. It's a total bust. They already know it is. They don't even want people to show up for it from the sounds of it. I don't know. I think they're done with it, and there clearly is some evidence of that too, in that they released a little trailer for what the fuck? Thanks for whatever that was. Of a live-action Lilo and Stitch movie, but first of all, which doesn't need to be made, like many of these. There's no point. But want to make Lilo and Stitch into a live action film. They're already mad about the casting of someone who's half Hawaiian and not full Hawaiian or something. They're getting angry about that, and now they're angry that they're one alien character is not going to be
Hawaiians.
Well, right. So now they're angry that this alien cartoon character isn't shown as being dressed in drag in the trailer. I'm not going to show it because, one, I don't really care, and two, it's not relevant.
Also, the white... you remember there's in Lilo and Stitch, there's the white guy who's always around and sunburned as shit and can never seem to get a fucking ice cream to his face.
What the fuck is this? Oh, ew. But, I'm going to, sign in. Gross.
Yeah,
I think I have
they race-swapped the white guy to be native Hawaiian, completely defeating the object of the joke that, it's an American tourist who's just bewildered.
Yeah, they totally lost that joke, and now, basically... They're complaining that
they were they were probably aiming to make it the first all Hawaiian production
or something like that. I don't know, or they could write it off like that. But look, it's just it looks like they're just trying to keep this movie on track. And the reality is that Disney is actually doing something strategic by cutting out this cross-dressing scene, because there is no way to make these people happy on this issue, because. The joke is, of course, that Bleakley is clearly an alien, and given he has one eye, and so it's supposed to be that's a really ugly woman. That's the joke.
Same as the joke that the villain of the piece is the whole joke is that he's every time he gets asked what the fuck he is, he gets "Oh, I'm Samoan."
Mm-hmm.
That's just the running bit.
But that's the joke. They can't make that joke in current year. Because it would... Are you saying that trans women aren't beautiful? Because there's never any consistency on this. They'll switch between the person's a cross-dresser or a drag queen or whatever versus they're trans. Well, it is best just to not step in it.
Look at the whole point is not meant to be that they're like a tranny. The whole point is meant to be they are rocking the old witch look.
Yeah.
That's to hide the fact they've only got one eyeball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, look, it's so dumb. But of course they're freaking out about this, and so they're just going to get rid of it. Now, it's not happening everywhere. Alejandro Caraballo doxed Doge employees. That crazy Gamergate affiliated woman. That just happened. I mean, whatever, Grums. But I know you're not a fan, Spoon. But yeah, this woman just posted a big list of Doge employees. I don't know if it ended up being real or not, but they're still out there screeching into the void, trying to fuck with shit. On positive news, Last of Us is over. No more Last of Us games, because that last one made people so happy. It was so popular. Remember, we kept hearing? Again, not totally going away because they made Snape black in the upcoming unnecessary Harry Potter reboot.
As I pointed out, of all the people to make black, you make the guy who invented the spell that stabs people. Septum Sempra.
Yep.
The spell that cuts people, and you get and you mean
you made him black. Oh my goodness. Also, did this end up being true? I know they cast Snape as a black guy. Is this Disper's thing? Oh yeah. Oh, this was funny though. Yeah. A man 42 fails audition to be cast as Hermione in new Harry Potter TV adaptation after more than 30,000 applies. That would have been funny.
You just got to also. Well, they're seething now because now J.K. Rowling is on the board as a major executive producer.
Right.
But also, it would be very they should just lean into it and make it like an MTV dub situation like they did with Volcano High.
Oh yeah.
Just have everyone be black as the Ace of Spades. Like have people casting Accio Dad.
Yeah. So everyone's seen this, but I had this because I had this in the docket from a while ago. Spoon, are you awake? Have you seen Rachel Zegler walk?
No.
That's a sentence that hits the ear like it's
I want you to look at the screen, and because what the hell is going on with this woman's walking?
This bitch's walk cycle.
She's like swinging her arms like a chimp.
It's like a weird strut.
Yeah, it's
why is she trying to pull off like a lame version of Conor McGregor's strut?
That's what I was gonna. She looks like she's walking out to go into the ring. You know what I mean?
It's the Vince McMahon gorilla walk.
That's it. Yes, it is. Oh my.
That's the gorilla walk.
Well, okay. I think she and these two, Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler, apparently like hate each other because Gal Gadot is Israeli and Rachel Zegler, of course, is Free Palestine. What is current thing? But whatever. I don't care. I do kind of care about this, but not really enough. Which is that they have removed a lot of the. Or at least I've not watched it because I don't want to hurt myself and I don't care. Bold and Beautiful, the new series, Daredevil series, Born Again, lacks the original's religious themes and has some brand new characters. I have to see this for myself. It's getting like okay reviews. But people are happy it's just not super old.
They kill off everyone they can lay hands on.
Right. And that's going to be the thing, is that you already see the capitulation. So we saw it with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, where was there a lot of woke shit in the game? No, but including a gay romance with a character that's underaged historically.
And a mandatory main story mission where you have to defend a fictional synagogue.
Right, which makes no sense in the context of it. So the point is that that's what the woke's going to be like now. That's what the woke is, by going away, because people were still like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's just a little bit of woke. This is such a relief, excuse me. And I see that all over the place now. It's just like, oh, it's just a little bit. Now, they've already moved the needle. You won't even notice.
Casey 2 is a weird case because, and that one of the main devs is Jewish, and he's had a massive fit during development and just shoved all this bullshit in, and they couldn't argue with him. That's what I have heard.
Yeah. Now, I think that the replacement's going to be this anti-Christian stuff. Excuse me. To draw the national attention. This is the new boogeyman. And again, this is, Rutgers, Jordan Peterson, a bunch of people in the sort of academic aspect of politics came up with this.
Since the advent of Christianity, Christ is King has been a cry for connection to the divine, a declaration of faith, a moving signal between Christians of their shared values. But what happens when it becomes a manipulation tactic designed to deceive Christians? Mentions of Christ as King have increased fivefold on platforms like X in just the past 4 years. At first glance, it would seem hopeful as people begin to reinvestigate faith in the face of increasing secularization and chaos in the world. But the NCRI, an organization at the forefront of monitoring deep trends in data, observed a striking and nefarious development around the phrase Christ is King beginning in 2021.
Oh, hang on, sorry guys. I was drinking my apple juice stuff. It's like clogged up my throat.
It's just the way.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Bill. So I was asking Bill to grab me a drink. So I think it's just me because I'd empty it out. Would you just any kind of soda or whatever? We got plenty of juice or something. I'm not fussed. We have too many juice, is what Bill said. We had too many. We do actually have a lot of juice because I've been drinking a lot of fruit juice while I'm trying to get back on the mend. Anywho, so again, Crisis King stuff. Let's get back to it. Sorry. I do want to let this play out. This is their report.
2024, more than 50% of all engagements around Christ is King posts were driven by extremist influencers.
Extremists. I mean, big claim. So we have Sneeko, Jake Shields, and Candace Owens. Extremists. Sneeko's crazy, like literally, but...
The word extremist gets used a lot, and many are understandably skeptical at its use.
Yeah, because it is almost never used correctly. Spoon, are you there at least? I'm all alone, guys. at least Phil's getting me something to drink so I can talk.
About people like this.
I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house to make me money.
Catholics and Christians were going missing on Passover, then they would find bodies, and they were able to trace them back to Jews. Blood libel.
Real Africans, on average, have an IQ of 65.
I mean, that's true. Like I don't know why are you. Look, I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes. I'm not a fan of Candace Owens. I'm not a fan of Andrew Tate. I don't like any of these people particularly. I don't trust Candace Owens at all. I think Fuentes is probably a fed of some sort. And Andrew Tate maybe too. I also just don't like Andrew Tate, but we'll maybe get into that. Oh, thank you for the blue. This is divide and conquer of the right, and it appears that the big contentious issue, we saw it in the Sam SNEEDer thing, we keep seeing it popping up over and over again, the rise in Christianity scares these people because it gives them something outside of the state. Something higher than the state. And a return to religiosity, a return to Christianity in the West, means a major vector of control is lost. If people value something more than the state, value morals outside of the state, as Sam SNEEDer does, they're a lot harder to control and a lot harder to shut up.
Posts like these achieved over 13.6 million.
Almost all of these churches, almost all the churches currently existing today in modern Christianity have gone woke. The Anglicans, especially the Catholics, everyone.
Yeah.
Even the Greek Orthodox have fallen to it.
Yeah, that's the thing
ones
too.
who haven't, Russian Orthodoxy.
Yeah, thank you, exactly. Tate isn't also, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Tate isn't Christian, neither Sneeko. Yeah, they're both Muslims. Yeah. Now, Andrew Tate converted, so it's weird to put him in here.
Andrew Tate converted multiple times. He was Russian. I think he was Greek Orthodox for a while.
Did he convert back from Islam to Christianity?
No, he went back to Islam again, and everyone in the Orthodoxy breathed a sigh of fucking relief.
This is here he is here.
The Russian Orthodoxy is the only uncorrupted church currently in existence, apart from the one that Mel Gibson runs.
Yeah.
But what it boils down to is we're going to have to really clean house.
Yep.
We're going to have to run the merchants out of the fucking church.
Well, listen. Are there people who absolutely run around saying Christ is King as a slogan that they don't mean? Yes. In order to trick Christians. Yes, people if Andrew Tate's saying Christ is King, well, then he's saying that to pander because he's not a Christian. Fuentes, I don't know what his shit is. I think it gives him an excuse to.
He's a sodomite.
He's a sodomite. Yes, it's that way he can say, well, I because I'm a staunch Catholic, that's why I won't get a girlfriend. Also, women are icky, and really, I'm gay. But let's continue those.
Then take the cloth or piss off. It is. I would remind people it's a sin to not pursue procreation.
Yeah. In more than 100,000 engagements during Easter 2024 alone. While co-opting the phrase for their toxic narrative, figures like Candace Owens and Jake Shields repeat hateful blood libels. And shockingly, by 2024...
Okay.
Well, as soon as you hear blood libel, you know precisely who you're talking to.
I mean, Candace did say it, but if I were you, I wouldn't have repeated that word. I don't know if you want people to look it up.
Or the most frequently associated term with Christ is King was the word Jew. The intent is clear. Manipulate well-meaning, faithful Christians into having their beliefs tethered to psychopaths.
What is wrong with this phrase inherently? This phrase, tethered to psychopaths, I don't care who abuses them and who abuses the phrase. God sorts them out all in the end. So if you are a fake Christian, if you're not really a Christian, and you don't really believe this, and you say Christ is King in a mocking way, you'll be sorted out one way or another, and I think real Christians will sniff you out.
And if you profiteer off it, I would remind you of what happens to people who are guilty of simony.
Yeah. Yeah, Midnight Nexo. I don't like Tate.
Off the religion.
I understand why people both defend and hate him. I personally really dislike Andrew Tate. I don't see anything that he is doing that somebody who is not Andrew Tate couldn't also do. He's just a terrible. At some point, you have to accept that. If it's he says, okay, like 1 or 2 positive messages for men.
So Nick Spick.
Sure, Nick Fuentes says a couple of things that are correct, a couple of things that are accurate. But the package it comes in is so toxic, there is just no reason to tie yourself to something that's to a figure that will cause far more harm than good. I mean, honestly, it's why Twitch has burned itself, because they backed these insane radical lefties who can't be controlled, and now they've wrapped up all of their shit with them.
I've got no interest in the words of Muslims or fake Christians or anyone who's peddling that shit.
Yes. I mean, like, we're going to get into the whole Christ is King thing a little bit more, because I just really, like I said, be aware of wolves in sheep's clothing and people who are trying to trick you with this.
Get involved in your local church.
But I think you'll know.
Fucking gatekeep.
Yes, just fine. Don't take people when they say it as a platitude. Judge them by their actions.
When you are in a church, it is your duty to hold people accountable.
Yep.
And hold yourself accountable. And they'll do the same for you, and everyone will
What
be better
harm will
for it.
Fuentes cause? I think that the messages that he tells to young men are longitudinally harmful. I think telling young men to check out
every
society.
Gay, he's a fucking groomer.
Yes, don't associate with women. Certainly don't get involved in a relationship with women. Don't reproduce. Check out of society. Just be angry on the internet. Do a little bit of Fed behaviors, because I'm a Fed. And
he's entrapping people.
Come on, he's a fucking Fed informant. You don't think every single one of his bits of social media is absolutely littered with feds looking for someone to say something so that they can go after it, looking for, got you all on lists? They absolutely do. He's containment. All of these people are fucking containment. Candace Owens,
none of them are going to get you to actually get anything done. You need to and if people are just telling you to just completely secede from society entirely, rather than getting involved and actually tearing the corrupt fucking institutions down, they are controlled opposition. You need to fucking cut them out of your goddamn life and hold them accountable, preferably. Put their teeth to the fucking grindstone.
Let me put it this way too, because I want to be real clear about this as someone who's been doing this for a long time. There will be this expectation on the right that you're not a real conservative unless you talk about the JQ, right? That's also, it's all meant to as a form of purity testing, and the reason why they do that too is so they fucking have something on you that they can pull up and say, look at this anti-Semitic thing you said, because this is all performative. Exactly as Massey said, actually. This is all performative. They don't fucking care about any of this shit. They're seeing an opportunity now as to take a lot of disaffected people and sell them something. And obviously what I think Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate are selling in particular is masculinity that has been denied and deprived to young, specifically white males. But what they are selling as masculinity is anything but, in my opinion. It is anything but real masculinity. Fuck bitches. Or men, if you're Nick Fuentes. And definitely don't have a family, because women are all holes. Don't have children. When they will throw in some religious shit, it's always...
I'd remind everyone, as I said just before, unless you take the cloth, it is a sin to not pursue building a family.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be judged accordingly.
Is nothing short of diabolical. We're caught watching Christ is King being taken by the supremacist right more and more each day. These connections matter. The spiritual, the
No, it doesn't matter. I don't care if grifters say Christ is King, because Christ is King. It doesn't change it. And I won't stop saying it because it doesn't change the reality that Christ is King. And I think that's why it really pisses them off, because what does that mean? What does Christ is King actually mean? What does that phrase means? There is a power above the government. Where is Christ's kingdom? Not here, not on this earth.
In heaven.
Mm-hmm.
In the afterlife. When we're free of this fucking hellhole we're stuck on.
No, celibacy is not a sin, but I think Bill meant that if you're married, you were supposed to... be fruitful and multiply first.
You're meant to go forth and be fruitful and multiply. If you're taking celibacy, it should be a proper cloth oath.
Right. supremacist rights. So it
doesn't mean you have to succeed. You just gotta try.
Yeah, God is supreme. Supremacist rights to admit defeat. Was that something they said in the video? Did they say supremacist right? Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, twisted, the interpersonal. They shape us, they shape our society, and they shape the world. So what kind of connections do we want to build?
Oh, I'd love to know.
More importantly, what kind of world will we help create?
Help retake our values.
Yeah, Christian values. This is such a veiled attack on Christians, and they released this during Lent.
Judeo-Christians.
Right, Judeo-Christians as always. Excuse me. Now, I did read through a little bit of this. I'm not going to have time, obviously, to go through all of this. I'm going to get through what I can. I want to talk to just a little bit so I'm on the drama shit because it's funny and I didn't do it last week. You could take a look at some of the names on this list. We've got Finkelstein, another Finkelstein, and Goldberg. Just saying. I'm just saying. Did it
Every bird,
freeze again?
single steam, and time away.
And it froze again. Right there, it froze again. Oh my god, this is infuriating. I don't know what's wrong. I'm gonna have to try Chrome because I can't get Brave to work.
Well, it is 15:15 midnight. Perhaps we should start to wrap up.
Well, I didn't get through like half the shit I wanted to get to though.
Well, we're definitely not going to get through the other half in the next hour or so, are we? I've got work tomorrow. I think that
Spoon's been gone. Spoon's been gone for half the stream. Let's see. I'll bring it up and we'll wrap up then. I really want to talk about it. Let's see. I'm feeling better. Let's see if we can do another stream this week so I can finally get through the stuff I've been wanting to talk about for like 2 weeks. Because now it's getting old and okay. Let me just share my screen real quick. Okay. Hopefully this should work now. We'll try Google Chrome and see if it crashes as frequently. I haven't had time to read through all of this though, but I looked through their methodology pretty spuriously and well, not spuriously, briefly I should say. Today, after a century, just like extremists in America is what they're just saying is that Christ is king. It's a neo-Nazi, small minority of extreme neo-Nazi ideologies have begun coding the phrase Christ is king to give it a completely novel, alarmingly malevolent meaning within public discourse. The first and most symbolic example of this phenomenon emerged during the Million MAGA March in 2020, attended by a broad coalition of supporters of President Trump. Participants came from everywhere and included rank-and-file Republicans, blah, blah, blah. More significantly, Nick Fuente, self-described white supremacist, who first whatever. Nick Fuente's bad. Okay, we agree. Whatever. This is just a total hit piece.
This is what we're talking about when we talk about Nick Fuentes
but,
being a fucking controlled op.
Look, I don't like any of these people. I don't like these faux conservatives who only pretended to be conservative because they were angry about woke shit, but are still just regular old, run-of-the-mill liberals. Like a lot of these IDW type people, or I'd say IDW adjacent. Anywho. Okay. Knowing I can't get to anything else majorly, I do want to cover the dev video thing, but but because is Spoon asleep?
I think you did.
Okay, Spoon's really low energy though, so I wanted to maybe talk about Andrew Tate. Let's try to do it later in the week because
Perhaps we should maybe we should send all the like controversial ones that we need a lot of energy for the next stream.
Okay, if we do another stream this week, then I will really want to. I'm feeling better. I will add nothing new to the list.
I am not going to stream for like 2 weeks, at least, after this day.
After Thursday?
No, after this day.
Oh, okay.
That's the move.
Right, okay. Yeah, I knew it was this week. Okay, shit.
Dev hate is timeless, don't worry about that bit.
Okay.
And we can, no doubt, all parties that we are going to be covering will talk massive shit in the interim.
Okay, you know what? Let's just the dev stuff and the Destiny Ethan Hassan shit. Bill, you and I can just cover that, or we can invite someone else on to shoot the shit about that stuff. UK politics. I mean, yeah. Okay, let's just do the Tate thing real quick. Tate's back in the U.S. I don't like Andrew Tate. Spoon, I would need your attention span just for this because this is the one of the things that we highly disagree on. So 2 weeks ago, when asked if the administration had pressured Romania to lift Andrew Tate's travel restriction, Trump said, "I know nothing about that. We'll check it and let you know." Still no answer from anyone in the administration. Special envoy to the Trump admin, Richard Grenell, the person it was reported putting pressure on Romania, has however been promoting things out since Tate has been back in the U.S. Grenell has been retweeting Andrew Tate and others who have been critical of Florida's investigation of Tate, while also plugging Candace Owens' spontaneous podcast with Tate. Roger Stone, on the 6th of March, posted on X, straight up confirming Grenell secured the release of the Tate brothers. He then deleted the post. Well, which one was it, Roger? Now that Alina Habba is doing damage control, saying that she's a big fan of Andrew Tate, I'll show you that. Can we finally get confirmation whether Trump's administration did in fact intervene in the judicial process in Romania, which allowed the Tates to finally have holiday in America while still facing charges for human trafficking in Romania? Just to make that clear, there seems to be some confusion that the Tates were exonerated. That's why they're in the United States. Nope, they're still under investigation in Romania. This was like a holiday.
I want to see him mincing his way across the fucking forecourt here.
The future of the Western world, everybody knows it, and everybody needs to get in line and obey him. He runs the world, and he's a good friend of mine.
Andrew and Tristan Tate landed in Florida today on a private jet after being released from custody in Romania. They are accused rapists, human traffickers, not thought of as good people in many circles. Did your
it stopped?
It's on black screen.
What?
And if so,
I know nothing about that.
Oh, is it doing the thing again? Oh.
I don't know. You're saying he's...
Wait a minute. How can it be doing the thing again? I'm using a different browser.
No, it's back to black screen on. It's got.
What the
It's
fuck?
just the video bit. The video bit keeps flickering.
Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. It's Chrome now. Great.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I just know nothing about it. We'll check it
Jesus.
out. We'll let you know.
The Trump administration...
Is it possible for Andrew Tate to not dress like a gay Batman villain?
No.
...to lift the brothers' travel ban. The brothers...
Look at him.
So, I know, he really does look like a gay.
It's fucking Edward Ligma, the fucking
Jongleur.
diddler.
Yeah.
It looks like Inspector Gadget.
So, yeah, what happened was...
My attorney is telling me I can't make the joke I would make in retort to that.
Stop my hand. No, it's fucking, I don't know what it is, actually. I don't know. It's my fucking computer more than anything. It's just being a shitter recently. It's old. I need to replace it soon.
Did you restart it today?
Yeah, I did restart it today. I think the thing is, too, is just like, for whatever reason, well, I know streaming takes up it takes up a huge amount of RAM. I just thought I had more RAM installed in this motherfucker. Oh well, whatever. So I didn't like this. A bunch of conservatives started having Tate on. Now, this woman, Alina Habba, is a counsel to the president. She's very close to Trump. I mean, in terms of communique.
Remember, kids, if her top lip's a bow,
GPU drivers, maybe. I'll look into it. I did get a weird message today saying one of my drivers was fucked up. So that's probably it.
Was that a date? Yeah.
Well, Alina.
No, it said like the driver had crashed. It kept popping up. So it probably is a GPU or something.
Nice to meet you.
God,
I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
You're starting to sound like, yeah. You know, so in the ring with a fuck. He's talking to a, I'm assuming, white woman, possibly Jewish. I haven't seen her lips to be able to check.
Yeah,
but immediately turns on the fucking gay best friend routine.
Oh, I know. He does that a lot. I've noticed him do that before. Is that because when he knows that if he wants to make women like him, obviously he's good at this. He does the lover boy shit professionally. That's how he's able to get con women into moving into Romania and being a sex slave.
If I may borrow a bit from PPP for a second. He's gay.
He's
he's bold. Mostly gay.
They are
Oh, now it's disturbing. I thought you were a big fan.
As I will say, and I've said many times since then, that is for the court to handle, and they should handle it.
Basically, people have told me you said you're a fan or something like that.
Yeah, that was the.
We just heard it.
Said was it's some great manipulation.
Is it?
So, the Tate brothers, have a tremendous social media.
It's going to do that anytime I click off the page just to look at the chat or anything.
In the UK, he was talking about running, and I am always passionate about people that are vocal against certain things. Now,
like what?
So separate. I want to be very clear. Than accusations of human trafficking, accusations of anything, rape, whatever the accusation.
Do you not know?
Them. You have to put that in one.
I really think you should know what the allegations are, not just accusations. This is going through court in Romania. I think if you're going to say you're a fan of things he says, you should probably fucking know something about the guy. I mean, we've talked about this before. Spoon, I disagree. Spoon, you like Andrew Tate, and you think... I don't want to put words in your mouth, But from my understanding, you think that we should ignore Tate's alleged crimes because the advice that he gives is so good that it would trump any concern with his behaviors. Yes? Spoon? Did he leave?
Yeah, I like how you went, don't want to put words in your mouth, and then proceed to put words in my mouth.
Well, because I'm saying that's how then please explain your side, because that's how it comes off to me. So
do I
please tell me where I'm wrong.
This argument every fucking time, and I'm
well, no, not to me. Can you explain to the audience? Because I know people were asking you.
Woman, I don't care to be yelled at 20 past
I'm
midnight.
yelling at you.
Fucking yes, you are. Don't you fucking take
guys.
that tone with me.
Well, chat, did I yell at Spoon? I don't think I did.
No appealing to the mob now. Fucking just get on. Pair of you just fucking get on with it so I can go to sleep.
Well, okay, if we can't have a discussion about Tate, then this is the end. Okay. So, I'm gonna just finish up with the conservatives platforming Tate. So you have Alina Habba not making a good argument, in my opinion here. Can't say what you like about him. Don't know anything about the guy and the crimes he is still under investigation for in Romania, but said you're a big fan anyway.
Is a very disturbing charge. Now, I don't know the status of it. I'm also a lawyer. I know better than to talk about somebody's case. But I will say that there is no part of me that condones at all that behavior.
Okay. Is Julian Assange a rapist? Is he accused of being a rapist? I mean, is there any evidence of Julian Assange being a rapist? Not a good idea. No, Lamented. No, fuck this. I am not gonna shut up about how I feel about Andrew Tate because I am waiting, please, for the argument. That's why I wanted Spoon to give me an answer, because I'm still waiting. I have been waiting for forever. What is the argument as to why we should support this guy? Why should we listen to this guy? Why is he on here with Candace Owens? Why is he on here with Patrick Bet-David? Why is he on with the Hodge twins? Why is he on with whoever the fuck this bitch is? Which I'm just gonna play some of her shit because she's absolutely goddamn insane.
Imagine being so intimidated by one.
I am not intimidated by him.
You're doing all this. What a way to send him a message, by the way. If this guy, if he didn't think he was super important before, you certainly have told him that he is by your constant attention and constant focus and obsession on everything that he does.
I am not trying to shame Spoon because he likes Tate. I'm trying to understand why he likes Tate. Lamented, why is it not a good idea? We did have this trying to figure out why anyone supports this dude.
Where it's like the whole idea is definitely the author. It's not that he doesn't like Tate himself. Well, at least what he said to me previously. He likes some things that Tate's come out and said, and the two were divorced from one another.
Then exactly, Okairo. I want to know what he has said that is so important that nothing else matters. That we should ignore everything else. Because what he's saying is what more specifically Okairo and Spoon and anybody who likes Tate, what is he saying that is not only so important but so unique that only Andrew Tate can say it? Because as far as I can understand, and I have said positive things about things Tate has said in the past, is there anything that Tate is saying that's unique about masculinity? I don't think so. I think everything I've heard about from him that's supposedly this great advice, this great stuff for young men, it's stuff that I have heard dozens of and hundreds of other like pro-masculinity advocates talk about. It is not unique in a single way.
I mean, I feel the floor for the crowd of both fucking hyped up on fucking injectoid crack and the living dead in the other corner. We should be asking why Tate is allowed to get away with saying it when everyone else is getting deplatformed.
I don't know. Look, I just
his dad's a glowy.
Yes.
I just find FBI 6 scale of things. It's what makes me think he's just controlled op.
I'm sorry, but a guy. Look, okay. Let's assume that he didn't rape anyone, which I think is kind of but let's just assume, because he's not been found guilty, so let's assume he didn't rape anybody. Let's assume that he didn't engage in human trafficking. Let's assume that the video evidence of him beating a girl isn't real. And let's assume that all that Tate has done is sell pornography. I think I just went through in detail why pornography.
Okay, the entire point of Tate is that he'll say things
and he
that
sells pornography while telling young men to take care of themselves. Mm-hmm.
The whole point of Tate is he comes out with stuff that a lot of talking points that are very popular on the right, but aren't talked about very often because everyone else who talks about them gets deplatformed. The point is to get those people, and when he comes out and does horrible shit, they'll get associated with him. He's controlled op. He's a psyop.
Yes, he is.
So whilst we can, many of us can agree with some of the things he said over the years, he's also done a bunch of heinous shit, and that's by design.
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair to characterize iSpoon as agreeing with, supporting him as a person when he only agrees with a few select things.
Well, no, but I'm still waiting to know what the select things are. I'm still waiting to know what the select things are, and I need to know why it has to be Tate. Those are the two questions I've asked about this that I've yet to have answered. What are the things that Tate has specifically said that are so important? And two, no,
vitamins are kicked in.
No, I've been asking this question for weeks. Well, okay, but
I won't be able to field it today.
Okay,
everyone's half dead.
Okay, all right, okay. That's my take on Tate. The stuff against him is really fucked up. And let's say it is just what we know he did, which is that he ran a porn empire, a little mini porn empire. He is a Muslim man selling pornography while living in Romania to young white guys, while he also makes money telling them why they're so depressed. He makes money out both sides. He contributes to an industry that destroys men's mental health, and then he offers them solutions. I don't like Andrew Tate. And I'm waiting, and I will be waiting until the end of time to be told what it is because I'm going to be waiting till the end of time. That what does Andrew Tate uniquely provide that no one else can do?
Less likely the more you take the tone of it.
All right, I'm going to then end on some little white pills because that I knew it wouldn't work. I didn't know it wasn't going to get any response, but I mean, okay. So somebody made.
Calm down before we don't have a fucking podcast anymore.
Okay. What did I say that was insane? I think it's the most reasonable. Okay. All right. So human biodiversity focuses on IQ, but anyway, this person statted actual real world races on like D&D. It's actually really fascinating. He went through, trying to figure out what measures exist.
Job on quite a few bits of it.
Okay, on some of them are pretty bad. Like he couldn't figure out how to deal with wisdom. I think was the one that he couldn't figure out.
I forget what the exact metric was for wisdom, but for some reason, Arab men were the highest ranked. I'm guessing because he factored things like them following Ramadan or some.
I don't know.
When
most of this
Arabs
is pretty...
literally have to have like burqas and shit in their society to prevent them raping people.
Right.
It's a fucking joke. So this is. All these stats, take that in mind, that this was basically, he went out there to glaze like an absolute motherfucker, and still white people came out on top of everything.
So he had Grok examine skeletal muscle mass, grip strength, elite powerlifting totals. White and black men came out on top with +5 strength modifier compared to baseline androgen. Even stronger than orcs. There are also significant racial differences, white and black males. +4 advantage over South American or South Asian. So that's strength. He does. Where's the Constitution? Was that next?
I mean, that is objectively correct if you look at like strongman competitions.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So dexterity, hand-eye coordination, motor skills, elite performance in athletics and gymnastics, marksmanship. So these are just the ways that he came up with variables that might measure something akin to what we would talk about in D&D.
He took stats. He derived the stats by taking a action that they can measure, so archery accuracy and marksmanship and such, and then he would reverse engineer it back to the base stats. Like, I'll say this: he's also going to be held back by the medium because racial bonuses never go higher than like a +4.
Yeah,
1 or 2 in Pathfinder go to a +6. But generally speaking. You're not going to get stat bonuses or negatives this high ever in D&D or even Pathfinder.
Yeah. So the point is, if you go through it, it's pretty cool. He did use maths and science to essentially stat out the real world races. So some debility modifiers. So here we have white men perfectly balanced at the top. And then at the very bottom,
based.
Look at Aboriginal women. Oh, and men.
Ashkenazi
Oh
stats
my
have
god.
been really, really heavily padded as well. Like you got to remember, all these stats have been padded to fuck against the white man, and so they're still coming out easily on top.
Yeah, black women and Aboriginals not doing great. That's if you want to max.
Women are lower playability than kobolds.
God damn it! Oof! Oh my god. Let's see. Cody Justin Fannin for 5 says, I'm late. Y'all see the supposed death camp in Mexico? I heard about that. I didn't have time to get to it. We didn't get time to get to anything. Anywho, I check out this thread. Here, I'll post it in the chat if you guys are interested. It's actually an interesting little read. His methodology, it's pretty cool. If you like nerdy D&D stuff and racism. Like Bill does, his favorites. Bill's favorite 2 things.
That's not racism, that's just good accuracy.
No, I know.
Oh, look,
I'm joking.
I'm tired of all these tourists in my fucking hobbies.
That's true. So here's a little white pill. This was adorable. Look,
like 4 years old.
Is this? I thought I just saw this.
No,
this 4 years old.
This is like 6 years old.
Is it? I'd never seen this before.
They were shilling this around like it was this recently.
Yeah, I only saw this recently. Was it? Okay. Well, I'm gonna play it anyway because it's fucking cute.
So that's why they had all the fucking promo.
Really that old? Huh.
That would explain why they've got all the promo images ready, photos ready, because they've had them since
Yeah, I don't know where this was, but I don't remember this. It's still cute. Oh, this little kid's face. Shove JD on that kid. That would be so. I know you really should put JD's face over this kid.
It wouldn't take much.
Yeah. Oh. Well, if it's old, I just saw it recently. I thought it was adorable.
No, it's been doing rounds really.
Oh, it's so cute. And my last news of the night, white pill, it's the Grand Prix. Yeah. You ready? Whoop. So what I'm gonna end on then, just a little bit as we wrap up here.
Is he not on the farm anymore?
Huh?
He's still on the farm.
He's still on the farm, but let's see, what's it called? Bill, what's the video? What?
That bottom left-hand video.
Oh yeah, you've never heard of the hard archive? The hard archive's great. Okay, can we actually fuck bottom gear? Can we listen to the hard archive? Not that one. I've got a better one.
Okay, what one is it?
Go to the hard archive. Also, you should be subscribed to the hard archive. Everyone.
This is on the.
I'm gonna shield them every day.
Okay.
I love these motherfuckers so much.
Okay, when are we listening to close out the show?
Okay.
Instead of bottom gear.
Do you want to go with We're So Back? Just like the told. Do you want to go with You Fly Like Shit?
Which one do we end with?
Just go scroll through and spoon. Pick one.
Oh, We're So Back is awesome. Bill plays it every day.
Damn right.
Bill, you pick one.
Let's do We're So Back.
We're So Back. You can't go with We're So Back. And we can play this because they're AI generated, so they can't copyright shit.
Yes, we're so back, lads. We're so back. Thank you all so much for stopping by.
Have a good one out there, boys and girls. Alapusha.
Let me tell thee the folly of modern man. They play with things that they don't understand. They made stargates to travel through time and space. Now we're back and we're here to start the crusade. We're back.
We're so fucking back.
Fucking back. We are back. So back. We're so back. We raided and pillaged thy Renaissance fair. Went to medieval times and killed everyone there. Now depart thee to meet at Dave and Buster's, where we'll all play games and we'll get even drunker. I'm thirsty. We're back. We're back. We are so fucking back. We're back. We're back. We're so back. Fuck yeah. It was so over, but we're back, my friends. We'll have a good time till it's over again. We're bringing back ye old time chauvinism by getting thy bitches back in the kitchen. I'm hungry. With all thy maidens
so based
in their place. Strike thy wench with my mace in her ugly face. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. Lighters out.
We'll go to Burger Burger King to get ourselves crowns, then to White Castle cause we don't dine with clowns. We're crashing every birthday party in town, taking your air-filled castle so we can bounce. We're back.
The kick in the balls with full plate on.
We're back. We're so back. Your robots can't protect you with their AI. When knights in shining armor travel through time, thy sorcerers and witches need to read Faust. Now off to the arcade so we can play joust.
Let's go. So fucking back.
Fucking back. We're back. We're so back. Fuck yeah. It was so over, but we're back, my friends. We'll have a good time till it's over again. We're back. We're back. We are so fucking back. We're so back. Fuck yeah. It was so over, but we're back, my friends. We'll have a good time till it's over again.
There we go, guys. Thank you all for showing up. We'll see what we're gonna do. Maybe Bill and I will just do a stream later and we'll cover some of the other shit we didn't get to. Or I'll ask during the week. Spoon, thank you for staying up and I'm sorry I got twisted about Andrew Tate. I just hate the guy. I'm sorry, I really hate him. I can't stand him. Anywho.
Going out to Hard Archive for
yes.
For we didn't ask to use that, but you know, fuck it.
Right, yeah, check out Hard Archive.
Enjoy the bump in traffic.
There you go. All right, guys. We'll be doing something sometime soon. Obviously, Spoon's movie, and he's going to be really busy. But yeah, I'll ask around with some people, see if we can do some things in the week coming up. At least Bill and I will be around. I'm feeling a lot better. It's like 60% of normal, which is way better than it was, obviously, because it was like 30%. But anywho, thank you all so much for stopping by, and hopefully see you soon so I can talk about the slop.